Good morning, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your breakfast today. Thank you very much to the Delta Waterloo for the meals we've been having. I just want to give them a little round of applause. So welcome to day 3 and the final day of your conference. I think it's been wonderful so far, and I know we've got lots of great stuff for you today as well. I'll just begin with our land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that the work of the Create a City Network of Canada takes place on the traditional territory of many nations, and that the CCNC office is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. Today we gather on the land traditionally cared for by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and neutral peoples. We acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge, laws, and philosophies of the Indigenous peoples with whom we share this land. To the Indigenous culture workers and artists of this land, we thank you for the work you do in this sector. Coast to coast to coast, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis cultures are a vital part of understanding the tapestry of culture across Turtle Island. So last night's keynote address was very inspiring, I found. I want to encourage you, if you were unable to attend, to watch it on the Whova app or live stream. I think it's actually on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube. And hello and welcome to our virtual attendees. I know many of you were in the room with us last night as well. So today, I'd like to let you know a couple of announcements. First of all, checkout is at 11. So that's, pretty soon, unless you've requested a late checkout. I'd also like to thank very much the City of Kingston for sponsoring the Public Art Year in Review yesterday. And we're going to go into a great day of programs today. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm sort of stuck. But I'm good. I'm very inspired. We have a panel this morning that includes great speakers called Creating Healthy Ecologies for Culture, and I'll go into that in a bit. And then after that, we will have our discussion room wrap-up, where we'll just sort of talk about the big themes that we, sort of emerged out of those discussions. And I want you to know that those discussion rooms have sort of two purposes. One is to get you all talking about the things that affect you in your jobs every day, and also to help inform CCNC and its committees and how we go about planning for our future and the ways that we can more support you in your roles, in your municipalities, and in your work in the culture sector. I also want to just mention that, of course, there is this wonderful talk this evening presented by the Kitchener Art Gallery at the Walper Hotel with Paul Raff. It's Culture Talks with Paul Raff, and tickets are available through the Whova app, right, Kate? Is that correct? There's a link in your agenda on Whova. So if you'd like to go to that event, you can actually register through the app. Who loves the app? Do you love the app? Yeah. So we should keep it for next year then. Yes. Okay. Good. All right. Without further ado, I'd like to invite our panelists up today. So if Shannon, Joanne, Sally, and Christian would come to the stage. Our moderator for this panel today is Shannon Bowler. Shannon is an arts administrator and a community events manager with nearly 15 years of leadership experience. Currently, she is the executive director of Culture Days National. I just have to say, and she's here, and Culture Days is happening right now. So thank you, Shannon. She's worked with a variety of organizations in both Toronto and Edmonton, including Ontario Culture Days, Nuit Blanche, Edmonton, and the Works Art and Design Festival. Shannon holds a BA in History from the University of Alberta and a certificate in Arts and Cultural Management from Grant MacEwan University. And please give a warm welcome to our Creating Healthy Ecologies for Culture panel.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Great. Thank you, Kathleen, for that introduction. It's really lovely to be here, especially representing an arts organization and meeting all you folks who are, many of whom, very involved with Culture Days. So it's a great honor to be here, especially my role. I've been here for 2 years, and as you know, not a lot of travel opportunities to meet face-to-face. So really grateful to be here. Hello to our virtual audience. Thanks for joining us. I'll just do a quick visual introduction for myself and hand it off to my panelists to do the same, and also just talk about where they're from and a little context for their work. And then we will get into it. So I am a white woman. I have red hair. I am wearing a black top with a black and white sweater and round brown glasses. Sally.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sally Kim. I'm from Edmonton. I am Asian. I have black hair, glasses. I'm wearing a black top and a white shirt.
Hello, my name is Christian from Montreal. I'm a white man with gray hair, but not that old. And I'm wearing kind of a blue jacket.
Good morning, I'm Joanne Duguay from Moncton. I am not very tall, 5'3", wearing a brown hair, glasses, and I'm wearing a black dress with black tights, and which probably has a bit of cat hair on it.
Thank you. One other note, I just wanted to acknowledge that we had a fourth panelist planned to be on this panel, Cheryl Blackman from the City of Toronto. She unfortunately had to go elsewhere, Finland, so it's nice. But we all had the opportunity to talk to her about this topic as well, and I just want to share that, you know, lots of the direction and some of the questioning and the conversation is also inspired by her wonderful work, which I'm sure many of you are aware of. So thank you, Cheryl. So we have a big topic, pretty broad. What are we talking about when we are describing a healthy ecology, especially related to culture? We talked a bit as a group to sort of try and break this down so that it's, you know, relevant and we can go away feeling like we have some new ways of thinking about our work. So of course, throughout this whole conference, many of these discussions are talking about many topics that relate to this. So I think a lot of us agree that when we're talking about a healthy ecology for culture, we are talking about efforts that encourage collaboration, of course. We're talking about innovation, whatever that may mean, presenting better opportunities, especially opportunities for representation for equity-deserving groups. And all of these, I think we all agree, create these healthy civic environments, but we want to go a little deeper and you know, really talk about what does that actually look like in the work that we're doing. So to my panelists, I present the question of, you know, what does this healthy community look like to you through this lens of arts and culture, through your work, also informed by the organization and your role. In this question, we also have the opportunity to hear a little bit more about how each of these folks work, and they're all very nicely a bit different, so it's very interesting to hear for their contexts together. I think I'd like to start with Christian, if that's all right, as you sort of like in my role have more of a larger scope, you're a more regional scope, but also not just regional, not just Quebec. You can explain that, but I thought maybe you could talk about, from your perspective, what are these healthy community indicators?
Yeah. First, I want to bring on what Les Arts La Ville is doing all across Canada, because it will give you a better perspective of our idea and how we see ecological LT. Les Arts La Ville is an organization. Our members are mostly municipalities all across Canada. Our mission is to work with French community and French collectivity, local government. We are not referring anymore as cities and municipality, but community, because sometimes cities are not referring to the community per se, because you could have a French community in Toronto. We can talk about First Nations, so we are trying to be broader. With our name, you could think that we are helping cities, locality, and community to develop culture in their community, but it's the reverse. How do we work with culture to develop the community? This said, for me, ecology is an ecosystem. LT ecology is how the ecosystem work together. It's very linked. Like in the nature, the power is not necessarily whom you think got the power. In part of that ecology, there's a lot of things that you didn't see, that you didn't notice, that you didn't acknowledge. So how do we make sure that all this system is working very well with all our posture and real posture and positions? It's also about network. How do you strengthen your network? How do you work together? It's transversal. When we talk about culture in city, in community, it's not only the part of the elect person, it's not only for managers, it's not only for citizens, and it's not only for the cultural sector. You have to work with all these sectors. So culture have a role to play in educations, in social fabric and everything like that, but it's also the reverse. Social innovations have to work with culture. Family have to work with culture. You see, it's more that kind of transversal thing. So I think there's a link with the team. And for me, it's not ecology for culture, but culture is a very good tool. It's a very good lever to make sure that you have an healthy community.
Yeah, that's great. And I remember you spoke to the idea of trying to strip away the titles when you're thinking about, or these identities that we take on as leaders or as workers, when you're trying to think more about an ecology in itself. Joanne, I'm wondering if you wanted to speak to your perspective from your work in your community, to you, what was this prompt of creating a healthy ecology?
Sure. Well, I'm from Moncton, and for those who are not familiar, Moncton is about a city of about close to 80,000 population now, and it's we are the first, and I believe we might be still the only official bilingual city in Canada. So we do have basically two communities, but working together every day and living together. And also we have a great influx of immigration also, so people from all over. And for us, one of the pillars for the city strategic plan, we have a cultural pillar into it. And the goal is to be a vibrant community. So that's always kind of what we go back to, but also it's to have kind of holistic approach into, I wrote notes, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes a bit because I want to make sure I say the right things, and it's listening to the community and make sure that we are welcoming and inclusive, and that we can represent all of our citizens and also be welcoming to visitors as well, and bringing culture to people in their everyday life. And it's also in having like a cultural lens into all the decision making, whether it includes public works or whatever aspect of it, is that we do have a cultural lens into it. And it's funny because I had my notes that I took from the panel yesterday right next to the notes I have for today. And I find that some of it completely applies. So if we're looking into whether it's relationship building, trust building, power of asking and listening, I think we learned this yesterday, but I think we can certainly apply it today and every day moving forward in every aspect of our lives as well. So,
Great, thank you. And Sally, same question to you, or some thoughts there?
Well, in Edmonton, the Edmonton Arts Council, I work at the Edmonton Arts Council, so we have a bit of a unique role in that we're not a part of the corporate municipality. And so as a non-for-profit, it gives us a little bit more flexibility. For us, the idea of a healthy arts ecology means that it's inclusive. So we've really focused the last couple of years on looking at not just the diversity of the people that are in our sector, but in the diversity of the practices and the art forms that exist. There are new ways of creating work, and there's new ways of sharing that work. Certainly the pandemic has shown us that, much can go online. And I mean, if we're frank, not all of it went online well. So, and not all of it works well online. So for us, it's about looking at the sector in relation to city and how we build the city, but it's about the entire sector. So there is room in our sector for all practices and for all audiences and for all kinds of new ideas.
I'd like to explore a little more about the unique role that you see with the Edmonton Arts Council. Certainly, I lived in Edmonton, so I have some experience there. But for our next sort of prompt, we wanted to discuss these ideas of this ecology is made up of a really broad range of actors, from everyone from individuals, distinct cultural communities, but up to large established institutions. From my perspective, for those who might not be familiar with Culture Days, it's a national annual celebration of arts, culture, creativity, and community through thousands of free events that are happening right now. And all the events are organized and produced by the local community. And so, the way for this to be successful is with multiple levels of partners, multiple levels of participants. Millions of folks come out across the country to participate in these events. But the power in that is I hope that the concept is they see as their own and make it their own. And that's the point of what we're doing. But this all connected through an overarching aim, which is uplifting and sharing, showcasing local culture, ways of expression. And I especially hope at this local level that what happens on the ground is it also serves as an opportunity to maybe capture those folks who might think that they don't value arts and culture, but I think they do. They just maybe don't realize it. So that's one part of that. So for us, that public engagement piece is quite important. All that to say is that really vast network doesn't really also relies on municipal partners who contribute to that sort of ecology that we are creating and supporting. You all have access to amazing spaces and venues and resources and relationships with those communities. So events or initiatives like Culture Days just wouldn't be possible without those sorts of partnerships and support networks. So on that, Sally, if we can go back to you, the role of your organization, as you said, the Edmonton Arts Council is quite unique in that it is a bit more autonomous than maybe some spaces or some other organizations are. So where would you say you are in this ecology? You've talked about how you're not just a funder. And I liked what you said about your work kind of touches on these many aspects of what you'd say are more citizen services.
For sure. So our work with the city is that we started out taking on the role of the funder on behalf of the city of Edmonton. But in doing that work, we're very much connected to the community. And so from that, it's just evolved and grown. And so we administer the public art program. We actually conserve and maintain the public art collection. We run a community box office and a gift store. We do neighborhood level programming, so where we take artists out into neighborhoods and program directly in neighborhoods. And then we also help facilitate, but we also actually manage partnerships. And so community leagues, in the city of Edmonton, we have neighborhood level, community associations. They're called community leagues. We have about 160 of them in the city of Edmonton. And they're all geographically based, and so it's an important resource for us when we're looking at access and inclusion and taking the art to neighborhoods rather than expecting citizens to come to defined facilities. So in that, the Edmonton Arts Council, because we are independent from the city, we are able to mobilize and we are able to be quick. And we're not as restricted in the bureaucracy of the city. And the people who work at the City of Edmonton, I have a couple of colleagues here. I think that we find very, very willing partners in the individuals. The structure itself is a different matter, but the people who work at the City of Edmonton understand the importance that culture plays in both growing our city, but also in keeping our city healthy. So the ability for us to be able to partner at so many levels at the city, including policy development, has helped us to ensure that arts and culture really becomes a part of the fabric. It becomes how the city looks at moving into 2050 when we project our population to double.
Right, yeah. I see that relating to something Christian was sharing yesterday about maybe some of the tensions that arise through seeing ourselves as different silos of identities. If you think about, recreation and cultural services, those sorts of differences, and trying to strip away those, because in fact, much of the work is better if you're understanding each other and working together.
Yes, what we are trying to do, and Joanne speak a bit about it, how could you change your lens when you look at culture? When you speak with people and you talk about culture, they are thinking about theater, orchestra, and all this even art. But culture is more than that. Culture is your identity. How do you define yourself? And this is also why we're not talking about cities, but in French we say milieu, because it depends where you belong and which. But this said, what we are trying to do is to, when we are doing workshop, we are making sure that we will destabilize everyone, to make sure that the agenda is outside of the door. Very often I said that now I know that you are elected people, I know that you are from the cultural sector, I know that you are from the social sector, from business sector, but I will ask you to remove your professional hat. Put on your citizen hat. I know that this is difficult, but it's the only way that we could speak together and look at the real issues. And for cities, and for managers, I always said that I want you to remove from your head the term consultations. You are not here to consult populations. You are here to mobilize the populations, to work together. It's just a word, but it makes a difference. On the citizen perspective, on the cultural sector perspective, mobilize, it's more acting than just, okay, they will listen to me, and anyway, they will sign the check after all, because all the ideas are already done. It's an example. What we are also trying to do, it's when we're talking to making people work together, we have a new program, and you asked me to speak about it, so it's not only opportunistic, but we are trying to let the city work together. So it's a cohort, it's a plan that we are helping cities and municipalities and community for 3 years. And we are putting them together. That's it. We have Moncton, we have Edmonton, we have Waterloo. You have your own issue, but let's work together. Maybe that Waterloo issue will have a reflection on Moncton issue. How could you work together? I'm not doing the work, but if I have the good way to let you talk together, to co-create together, I like the word I have to translate it in French. Capacity co-reinforcement. Not only empowerment, but how do you work together to just be inspired? And acknowledging the fact that you could inspire the others too. Anyway, I maybe just go outside of the questions. And you talk about professionals' work and recreations work. Sometimes you see that they will do a survey in cities and you have sports, art, and recreations, please just note what is your preference. And of course, culture is going at the end. And then the city manager said, oh, you know, here people are not interested in culture. So when I say just looking from other lens, and is this program Pivot last week, where I were in Trois-Rivières, and when we did the debrief, I asked to the people, okay, what did you receive from that training? And the manager said, this is good as a city manager to let appear my vulnerability throughout the people. So you see just that kind of connections where you just forget who you are and just work together, collaboratively, in complementarity. And I think that once again, culture is probably the better link. So you see, I didn't talk about a lot developing culture, but just how culture is that link. If we want to have sustainable society with good ecology, with an healthy society, this is that. I think that culture could be the link, could be the excuses to be together, could be the excuses to talk to each other. So.
Yeah, that's great. Joanne, so anything to add on to that? I also know that your role is quite unique, and you've been giving me permission to describe it as such as you're a bit of a one-woman powerhouse show over there. But that's a lot of responsibility too.
Yep.
So from your perspective, which is unique in that, you know, it's your personal role as well, your sort of place in that ecology in Moncton.
Sure. Well, I think it's maybe unique at the table, but I don't think it's that unique in the room here, because I think there's a lot of one-person shows in here. So, and actually I was thinking that maybe I'll bring these back at the office and wear those so that when people are asking me to set artwork in their office, because I also manage the art collection, I'm going to say this is what I'm also doing. So, so the artwork can wait. So I might create more buttons too. Anyway, but yeah, I think so. Obviously, because we also have an events division, so I do have to say I don't do Canada Day and all those big events, although I'm part of the planning of some of those sometimes. But so the reliance to have cultural programming in the city will also fall, obviously, on our partners and all the cultural organizations. So I see some of my role into that will be to facilitate, obviously, partly funding, but also to facilitate into creating partnerships. That is one of the elements, I think, that the city, whether it's city council and all the different committees that we have at the city and the cultural board, is to promote and really encourage partnerships so that people and organizations have more impact within the community. So that I see my role often being facilitator, whether it's, you know, someone wants to organize Black History Month activity, but there's also another organization who would be interested in hosting that event, so we'll put them together, and that will create something that's a lot more meaningful. So that's often my role, I see. That's like fundamentally within the community anyways.
That reminds me too, Sally, on the topic of sort of being that connector, maybe nudging once in a while. You know, even arts organizations can get very, I mean, of course they have their mandates and they have, you know, what they need to be working on. But when it comes to collaborating with the community, you had talked about some of the dance organizations and trying to get them to sort of rethink their role in that community as well.
Yeah, so I mean, we at the Arts Council, we've had a lot of feedback from our dance community saying that, you know, the support isn't as broad as other disciplines. But when we look at how we support dance, we support a variety of dance, including contemporary dance. And so what we heard from, of course, was from the contemporary dance community. But I think that we need to look at, which considered themselves to be a very professional dance community, and rightly so. But I think when we looked at the kind of dance that we have been supporting, what used to be called community-based or amateur dance. I think that we need to rethink how we look at dance, particularly in Edmonton. The growth of dance, I think, is there, but we need to include the dance that comes from the ethno-cultural communities and the practice there, and consider it more on a professional level. Those dancers have also been dancing for decades and decades. They are experts in their fields and in their practice. And so we have to be, I think, more inclusive and say professional dance, particularly in Edmonton, isn't only one form of dance, it's many forms of dance. And there are ways to include that ethnocultural community in your programming as we look at, again, the dance ecology, which is distinct from our music ecology. So it's a lot of work. We're collecting data on the practice of dance, and we're happy to share that with our dance community to say, in fact, there are numbers. So the number of dancers at Edmonton is this big, and then within those numbers are the different kinds of dance, and how do we work together, and how do we look at dance in a different way? So it reflects our community as it is now.
May I add a little
Absolutely.
an anecdote on that? We were working on a cultural policy in the city, and when we are just looking at who should be the actors who will be around the table to discuss about that policy, the city said, we don't want to have that organizations. I know that this is the bigger cultural organizations in the city, but we know their agendas, and they will monopolize the discussions. But I said, you cannot not invite them. Politically, you cannot do that. So while we're talking about the issues, what the cultural policy should work on, they were trying to find a way to build bridge between community. And at one point, they look at me saying, but we know that cultural mediations could help on that. And I said, yes, who is the best actor for that in your territory? And they said, oh, that organizations that we don't want to invite. I said that it's pretty easy. Ask them to come as an expert in cultural mediations around the table. And they did. So that organizations came in with that perspective. So no agenda have been put on the table. So when you talk about rethink, you could also rethink of the role about these big organizations.
I'm going to jump off of what we're talking about. And Joanne, do you have anything to add on that topic? We're going to now start to talk about, an ecology, an ecosystem. There's a implication there that it's sort of more organic and grows on its own in some way in the semantics there. But of course, we all know that we need to have a plan, and a plan for the future in particular. I know there are some interesting examples here of the sort of cultural plans and strategy as laying roots to create a healthier ecology, but one that also, it does have its benefits, but it also presents some challenges, and it also maybe can show us what we're missing. But Joanne, I'd like to speak to your experience in having what you've told me at the time was quite unique, a 10-year cultural plan for your city. And I'm wondering how that's worked out. I think it would be remiss to not also ask about how it's served or expanded or changed, or maybe was missing something in response to having that and then COVID happening.
Yeah, sure. Well, at the time, I think now we're more, I think a 10-year plan is quite common now, but at the time in 2015, we would see more 3, even 5-year cultural plans. So it was a huge endeavor to plan 10 years ahead and trying to imagine what the city could be culturally speaking. So, and like I mentioned, the city has its strategic plan, which is divided under 5 pillars. So there's social, environment, economic, governance, and cultural is one of them as well. And it identifies all the different plans that the city has. So whether it's the bilingual, the policy for official languages that we have, whether it's a cultural plan, and whatever plans can address those different specific pillars. So our plan is a 10-year plan, and it is very much a living document, because although there are some specific actions, like one of them, for example, was creating a public art master plan. So that is very specific, black and white kind of thing. But the plan was also conceived in a way that it allowed a lot of flexibility and like terminology, like exploring a certain element or considering things, so that it does provide, which at first, when I inherited the plan, when I first started in this position, in my role, it was a bit daunting. It's like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? Because it's not just a thing that you can just put a check mark on it and it's done, moving on. So it was just like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to even report on this? And how do we know when it's becomes a green line instead of a red or incomplete line? So, but now today I'm really thankful that's how it was built, because 10 years ago or 5 years ago, we didn't talk about COVID, we didn't talk about climate emergency, we didn't talk about gender identity, truth and reconciliation, UNDRIP, homelessness, anti-racism. So those are all, I mean, we talked about it and they are part of the plan, but certainly not to the degree or the intensity that they should have, or that they should be today. So I'm very thankful about that. So that allowed us to sort of realign our priorities. So I may not please Christian right now, because we did do consultations this summer with a website, in public meetings. And so just to see with the community and our stakeholders, what do they feel that we should, because our plan ends in 2026. So we wanted to see with the community, what would you like us to prioritize between now and the end of the actual cultural plan? What is still relevant today? So that's what we're in the process of doing until we build our new plan in 2027. So.
Great. So Sally, too, you have a cultural plan, but you also have a lot of flexibility in terms of the autonomy of the Edmonton Arts Council. So I know that, especially with COVID, you were able to sort of uniquely resource certain areas. And did you find that it still that fit in with what that larger cultural plan is trying to achieve?
Yeah, so similar to Moncton's plan, our cultural plan is a strategy document. And so it lays for us a vision of what Edmonton should look like, not just culturally, in terms of arts and culture, but in terms of a vibrant city in 2029. So it's also a 10-year plan, coming off of another 10-year plan. And so in the implementation of our cultural plan, we look at different elements and data. So because we committed in the plan to have the ongoing connection, not just to artists and arts organizations and festivals in our community, but also to the citizens of Edmonton. So we say the plan is iterative in that we've set ourselves a path, but we are able to change course or make adjustments along the way in response to what we hear from the community and the data that we collect. So we, 2 years ago, started a research department at the Edmonton Arts Council to ensure that we had sound data that we could react to and use it to inform and make decisions about how well we were doing as the Edmonton Arts Council, but also how we were integrating the arts to fulfill those larger city goals that the city of Edmonton has in terms of being a healthy city, being responding to climate change, ensuring that we are an inclusive and accessible city, and a city of innovation, looking at diversifying our economy. The city of Edmonton has, for the longest time, really been aligned to the oil and gas sector, but as we all know where that's going, the city of Edmonton has to look at what other industries do we attract, what other industries do we grow from within Edmonton to ensure that we have that diversity, and tourism. And so we the plan actually allows us to partner with our tourism body, allows us to partner with other sectors. And then when COVID hit, because we are independent from the city, we have the autonomy to make those pivots. And so, ironically, we had just finished assessing travel grants for artists at the end of February, and then mid-March, like who was leaving their house, never mind leaving the city. So we put those travel grants actually on hold, not knowing how long the pandemic would hit. And then we had to have a very quick and fast look at how we were going to roll out the rest of the grant programs. I mean, we had already planned, your usual project grants and festival grants, but having the restrictions come in place, we pivoted and we decided that, and lots of external factors with COVID, as we all know. The federal government had rolled out a CERB program, but at the time when they first started it, gig workers weren't actually eligible for that program, and so we had to find a way to support our individual artists in the city of Edmonton. So we created what was called the Creators Reserve, very similar to the CERB. We just said if you're an artist living in Edmonton, you're over the age of 18, we have a small fund that we could give, so $5,000 per eligible applicant, because you're not playing gigs, no one's doing readings, no one's doing performances, all your venues are closed. And so it was a way for us to quickly find a way to support artists so that they weren't in a dire situation. Eventually artists did become eligible for CERB, but that took a long while, and this was a stopgap that we were able to do as the Edmonton Arts Council because we didn't have restrictions. Our cultural plan didn't have a track, so we weren't falling off of a track. So we were able to do that. And so I know that it certainly helped. We, in a matter of weeks, we sent out over, I have it written down, over $340,000 to our community, to individual artists.
And I think the great thing about that, as you've explained, and it's something that Cheryl talked a lot about in her role at the city, is trying to break down these more bureaucratic, maybe if I say barriers, that that application for that fund wasn't extensive. It was.
No, and it deliberately so. It had to be a quick turnaround, and it had to be not about a project. It had to give our artists time. Artists are working all the time anyway, so this, in essence, helped financially support you while you thought about what your art was going to be or how you were going to create once this craziness was over.
And Christian, you have a bit of a unique perspective on strategy and planning. We talked about Lac Mégantic and the community there, and the way they were rethinking the way they want to kind of replan this community there.
First of all, sure, yeah, planning on 10 years is very good, but let's talk about strategy and public policy. We talked about silo earlier. Of course, public policy, cultural actions plan are very, very, very important. They are a very good vehicle to go further. But I'm more in a place where you should have integrated strategy, integrated policy. You cannot do a cultural policy without without family policy, without social policy, without urbanism policy. So you have to work together. And this said, it has to be very dynamic. So a plan is due to change. You make a plan to change it. So you have to look at it. It's the first thing. And saying that, I will refer once again in Pivot, and I will give you the example of Repentigny. Repentigny approached us for a cultural policy in Pivot because we could work on that also in Pivot. And in, let's say, in 10 months, they go from, okay, we will work on cultural policy, and then, no, We have another problem at Repentigny. There was this forced fusion in Quebec 20 years ago. And after 20 years, you have Repentigny and Le Gardeur, and they are not speaking to each other. So how could we bring Le Gardeur in our downtown here? And then they have this big problem. You may have heard about it. Young black men have been killed by the police. Mental health issues, anyway, and they shut him down. So they have to deal with systemic racism. So it became to, okay, how could we make populations, community work together and blah, blah. And the business line of that was what it should be to be proud to be from Repentigny. And how it ended up after 10 months, their big project was to go in all different neighborhoods. We call it les quartiers in French. I don't have the, what is a quartier?
Neighborhood. Borough, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. With artists to do mobilizations with the citizen, to make all this neighborhood to what is my identity as that specific neighborhood, and raise that questions up, saying that if all this neighborhood are proud to be from the neighborhood, at the end they will be proud to be Repentigny. So it's how you try to manage it and to look at it broader in this plan, in this public policy. Just as you said, it's not only a mark. Okay, that's done. Just put it on the shell book, and that's it. We are not talking about it for the 10, 5, or 20 next year. I can give also the example of Lac Mégantic. You may have heard about Lac Mégantic tragedy almost 10 years ago. From the beginning, they decide that they will use 20 years to rebuild downtown, because you have to do it in a proper way, make sure that all the actors, all the stakeholders will be part of it, and it's just amazing. And they just launched last year ago, they called it the Star Walker. All across the city where it burned down, they have statues all across the place. And why they are named it Star Walker, it's because they said when you have a tragedy like that, it's just like you have a baseball bat in your face or in the back of your head. So when you receive that kind of blow, you just fall down on your knees. So what do? Just sit down and die, or just decide to raise up. And what do you do when you when you raise up? You just raise your head. And it Lac Mégantic is the star. So first thing you see is the star. So just capitalize on that. So you see about identity, who you are, who you could work in. So it's the tribe job that you are trying to do in the strategic plan, in the public policy. And what we are also doing, I now refuse to write such document. Very often cities hire consultant to write this kind of paper, but I always said who I am, Christian Sénéchal from Les Arts et la Ville, to say that you should have that in Edmonton in your public policy. Right. You are the expert of your community. I could give you guidelines. Yes, of course, but it's your own work.
Yeah. If I could add a little bit to that, though, and tying into Sally and into reporting on that. Yeah, we have data, and I know that we have like big data people in here, and that's important. But I think one of the things too that I found was also very successful is when we including in our reports is also telling the stories and highlighting examples of the work that is done through the cultural plan or what the cultural plan facilitates, and in telling those stories. So we have, like, for example, a slam poetry festival where they're bringing slam poetry right on the city buses. So that's bringing art to the community and what impact it has on people who are riding the bus. And we felt that the other day when we did the ION public art tour, where even though we were being explained what the public art, certain pieces of public art were, passengers on the train were also like looking through the window at the same time that we were. So, and I think they were learning things. So by osmosis, they got a part of the tour as well. And so I think those are important. We have, for example, a comic expo every year that takes place, and it's kind of, it fits for like a marginal crowd, but the work they do also outside of their expo and the workshops that they do, they will go to the pediatrics aisle at the hospital and do cartoons with the kids and show them how they can do comic books. So that has a big impact. You can't really put numbers to it, but so that's one of the things that I feel that's also important to report on as well, and to include along with the.
Well, and it shows that public appreciation of that valued partnership in a way as well,
Exactly.
right? Yeah. So I know we're really short on time. I might just finish with a couple thoughts, and if you have any short thoughts in conclusion. But one thing that I got out of our conversations was this trying hard to rethink and give purpose to the idea of empowerment through a reciprocal trust, working with communities and community organizations. And Sally, you had an inspirational prompt to me. I think it was you. I'll give you credit. And you asked, how are we working together to build capacity? But that means being able to dialogue in the context of complexity, being able to build bridges, and also dealing with power relations and taking that seriously, and really trying to work to break down those silos that we've talked about. But any last thoughts from any of the panelists before we go to some questions?
It's interesting to talk about power because, when you're the funder, you're perceived to have all the power. But really the power is in giving that power over to the community. And so, we, the Arts Council, like all of us in the room, we've been looking at how we work with those who traditionally have not been invited to the table, or who felt like they weren't part of the discussion. So we are, at the Edmonton Arts Council, are making intentional efforts to look at our own equity and inclusion and diversity practices. In addition to hiring staff, we've had to change our grant programs to look at organizations on their own mandates and visions. So rather than looking at clumps of theater organizations, and I say this because Edmonton's a very large theater town, but rather than looking at theater organizations as a homogenous group of theater organizations, we have to look at each individual theater and say, what is your mandate? Are you actually fulfilling your mandate? You're registered to do this with and for the community. Are you actually doing that? And assess that rather than saying you have this much audience compared to another theater company which has this much audience. You've hired this many artists compared to someone else. So not looking at them as a mini sector, but looking at each organization and are you delivering on your mandate? Are you serving the community as you said you would? And so it's an approach that's in progress, and I think we're making strides. It's how you write your grant applications, which, everyone has to have a process, and we do have a process, but it's also how you instruct your peer assessors. And so it's a mindset change to say to your peer assessors, you're here to look at all of them, but it takes additional time to look at them as individual organizations doing very specific work, having specific audiences, having specific collaborators. So that's been a huge change for us. And then working with communities, Indigenous communities for sure, but other newcomer communities, and looking at how we partner with people in other sectors and organizations in other sectors to ensure that our reach is wide and it's deep.
If I could add to that, it's very important what you said. Be cautious to labeling. Labeling to see that this is in a whole group. I will give you an example. I'm also in my free time, I'm very dedicated to neurodiversity. I work for several organizations since several here, and I was invited in a panel with other specialists, special school for autism. I'm more focused in high level autism, And we're at that table, 3%, and just between us, there was that kid who are on the spectrum, high-level spectrum, and we're talking about autism. And when he took the speech, he said, okay, I just want to make something clear. You are neurotypic. You are neurotypic. You are neurotypic. Are you alike? No. So as an autistic kid, I'm not like all the autists. So I'm an individual. So I think it's referred to what you were saying. Recently, I was in the city working about First Nations, and on 10%, there were only 1 person who are from the First Nations. So everybody was very pleased because they're a representative. And very, very soon in the discussions, he said, wait a minute, I am 1 person for First Nations. I cannot speak for all the organizations. So, and I don't know all the issues in all the nations all across Canada. I'm just Sally from that nations in that organization. So just, yeah, I think it's very, very important. Be cautious about that.
Well, to follow up on empowerment, I think in our case, it's also important to go out to the community groups and the local organizations and trying to meet them where they are located. I find it has a lot more, you learn a lot more from what they do and seeing them in their environment, and it's a lot less formal and cold than having them in a conference room, whether it's at City Hall or wherever you're located. So I find for me that's important, and something I try to do as much as possible is to meet the groups there, and also to keep creating connections and making them that all those organizations and all the work that's being done is put in their best light and that they succeed. So that's what we wish for, really. And also, sometimes it's also to remind citizens that whenever they are, whatever reaction we're getting from the decisions that are made, it's always to remind them that myself, I'm also a citizen. I live here too, so I value I'm also a user of the content that they're creating, regardless of what they are. So I think it's to keep the human element into it.
That's a nice place to land. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Thank you to the panelists. I know we went a little bit into the question time, but I hope we still have time for some questions.
I think probably Joanne, I don't know if you'll have an answer for this. So we're volunteers for a French festival in La Fontaine, which is a small community next to Georgian Bay in Ontario. And we've been at it for about 20 years. The whole idea behind the festival was to keep our French culture alive. When I was a kid, we were 80 to 90% Francophone. We're lucky for 20 or 30% now. And a lot of the kids are saying, well, a lot of the younger people are saying, I used to speak French. So, and what I'm wondering is, you said you work with the Anglophone community. We're at a point where the Anglophones are coming to us to ask us if we want help. Mm-hmm. And we need help because we're all volunteers. There's 1 employee. And I'm just wondering, how do we do that without keep losing that ground? Like we're doing this festival to keep our culture alive, mm-hmm. but we keep losing ground. And if we and we want their help, but if we go and reach out, then when we're sitting at a table, we're all going to be speaking in English. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of going to go against what we're there for. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know if there's an answer for this, but it speaks to the healthy ecology of culture and
Indeed.
Yeah, and,
anyway.
And respect as well, because I think, I know for our official meetings, all the council meetings, even the cultural board, we have to offer, because of our policy, we have to offer simultaneous translation. So we always have interpreters so that people can speak in their language of their choice, and so that it's done in that way. As for the other, we do have major events like Acadie Rock, which is a huge festival, and in the summertime that's all about Acadian and a lot of the Francophonie culture. And we want it to be welcoming, but I would say most of the organization is Francophone in that instance. We do have some, a good example to include also, but it's to provide, like the film festival, the Film Festival Francophone. It's all Francophone, all French films, but more than 80% now have English subtitles. So it's inviting the English community to participate into it. But as far as the organization, I don't know if I have an answer to that. I know it happens a lot because I've seen it my entire life, whereas we're a meeting, a room of 10 French-speaking people, and as soon as someone that's from another Anglophone comes in, we all switch to English. So that's happened many, many times because by nature, the Francophone community is bilingual because we grew up that way. So yeah, it's a bit of a tricky, and maybe over time they can learn some of that. But I think it's important to, from the get-go, to make sure that the mandate of the organization or the activity that you're creating remains Francophone in your instance, right?
I may add to that, it's also a question of posture. Sometimes as a French speaker, I will turn. I think that from the beginning, you have to assume who you are and what are the deal breaker from the beginning. Let's say that from the beginning, we could be opposite. We could be opposed due to that, and we should maybe not work together for these reasons and blah, blah, blah. But this said, what our common goal, what our complementarity, and work throughout that. And as a posture, you know that there's the translations meant to here. You could say that for that part of the meeting, all the bilingual folks, you will just go with the Anglophone. Now we will speak French, and they will translate for you in English. So you can assume your positions just to make sure that, okay, we are working together. So I can give you an example also when I'm working with France. In France, you know that French, Canadian, and France are supposed to be the same. But from the beginning, when I begin to work with them, I say, first of all, we'll just about educational system. Here in French, you are trained in a way that it's dissertation. So you will bring a point, and I have to contradict you. So the discussions will build on that. But as a French speaker, mostly Catholic, we have been raised in a way that you're not supposed to contradict your interlocutor. So when I'm speaking with a French guy, after 5 minutes, you just find that I have no content at all. And as a French speaker, looking at that French guy, I said, oh my God, this guy is just so and boring, and just it's him and him and him and him, and then the people just start to laugh. And I said, okay, now this is said, how could we work together? So I said, nommer l'éléphant dans la pièce. Don't be afraid that, okay, there is the big elephant in the place. Just see it from the beginning. Now it's done. Let's go work together. I know that it's not a very big solutions, but it's more about a posture, and assume that.
I think this is the most Francophone panel ever. Making progress.
Okay, it is 10:15. I don't know if there is another question or if we have time. Don't know where my prompts are, but if not, one more question if there is. No. Totally cool. Thank you to my esteemed panelists. Very good.
So yes, I think this was a very interesting discussion, and I really liked that question too. And I think you need to talk to Christian about, maybe some support from Les Arts et la Ville in terms of the developments that you want to work on in your community. I want to thank all of our panelists today. Joanne Duguay, who not only made a great presentation today, but is also both the treasurer and the vice president of the CCNP board. Christian, Christian Senecal, who I feel is like my brother now. I've been talking a lot about CCNC and Les Arts et la Ville working together as sister organizations across the country. CCNC largely in English, Les Arts et la Ville largely in French. So, and I'm really impressed with some of the programs that Christian has been able to develop. Of course, he has the support of the Quebec government, so that makes a difference. But thank you, Christian. And Sally Kim, who representing the Edmonton Arts Council and also a longtime member of the CCNC. And Shannon Bowler, thank you very much for moderating this panel. So thanks again to our wonderful panel on creating a healthy ecology for culture. So we're going to go into, I think now we're going into our break, and then after our break we will be going into our discussion room wrap up. So I think that's right. Is that right, Kate? I'm, we're all tired, right? But anyway, so enjoy your break. Please do things. There is going to be an AGM right after the break, just before lunch. So if you are a member of CCNC, you may have many representatives in the room, or you may have one. You need to pick up your voting card from the table in the lobby here. And it will have your community's name on it. If you're coming in virtually, we will be bringing you in via Zoom, and all things will be working, we hope, once we get in there. There's also an agenda for you, the in-person people, and their materials for the AGM are on the website. Also, I wanted to let you know two more things. Please, if you're interested in being involved in CCNC, do sign up for our committees. I think we have some sign-up sheets in the lobby as well. And there are surveys, many surveys of a variety of kinds on the Whova app. So we ask that you respond to them so that we can do better next year and look at other ways of, programming and communicating with you. So thanks very much. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here in just a little bit. Hello, everybody. So we're going to go into our discussion room wrap-up shortly. However, we have a job for you to do with regards to the AGM. We'd like you to go out to the lobby and find a yellow card on the table and the sticker for your city municipality. And when you get that card, we would like you to write your name on it so we know who we have in the room who are members of the municipalities. There's only one vote per municipality. And at the end of the AGM, we'd like you to give your voting cards to Sarah Douglas Murray, who's sitting at this table right there. So at the end of the AGM, please give your voting card to Sarah, who will then collect them, and then that way I can make an attendance list for the AGM today. So any questions? No. And there's lots of people not in the room right now, so if you have colleagues in the room, if you could let them know what the process is. I'll announce it again at the top of the discussion rooms, but right now we're going to go straight from the discussion rooms into this. So thanks very much. So make sure to write your name on your voting card for the AGM and give it to Sarah Douglas Murray at the end of the AGM. Thank you. So I have one more announcement, and that is that for anybody who is in the room who is not a member of CCNC, or also who are an additional person from a municipality, you are entirely welcome to stay and hear what's going on and see our process for our AGM. So please stay in the room. It's all good. Okay, this is now a very exciting part of our program. So now all of you were in these discussion rooms over the past couple of days, and I know you're still having awesome discussions even right now. So we're going to ask the facilitators of our discussion rooms to come up and talk about the general themes that emerged from those discussions. So again, as I mentioned this morning, the intention of these discussion rooms was to sort of allow you to explore these ideas for yourself and your own community and hear from others how they're working, and also to help CCNC determine its ways and means forward. So in the virtual world, we had 4 virtual roundtables. And when we get through our presentations today, which will be very short, then I will talk a little bit about those 4 virtual rooms, and we will add a little bit of data on top of the 3 discussion rooms which we had, which were festivals and events, IDEA, and public art. So I think I'll get started with asking Alejandro Romero, who is a CCNC board member and also a co-chair, well, actually the chair right now, of the Public Art Committee. So Alejandro, if you'd come up to the podium. Thank you.
Well, good day, good day, good day. I just will break this already, right? Anyways, I don't know how to start this. If I just, I feel that I have to do an acknowledgement too. I come here and I'm honored to be in this territory. I try to always, even though I have a short time, just to talk about that because it is important. I come from the Caribbean, which my nation is the Taino nation, and that's who I am, a non-binary person that come from the Caribbean. I'm tall. I was lucky to have height. Sometimes it's not good, but I have height. I like to dress up. Sometimes I wear skirts. Well, that's a little bit about me. So anyways, I'm also a practicing artist, and I come from Saskatoon. So I would like to invite here to the front, if they're around, Lindsay and Joanne, because they were the ones that presented the case, and it is important that you know the people that work in the committee and did the presentation. So we have a set of questions, and thank you for your work, by the way. You did a terrific work yesterday. We had the purpose of these activities is basically find ways to communicate with one another, to talk to each other, to meet new people, but also give us an opportunity to think about how public art is embracing communities and how public art are, what the things are that are important with public art. So there's different ways of putting public art, and there's different strategies and different groups to do it. That does public art. There's municipalities that does invested the time in public art. There are not-profit that invest in public art. There's also private developers that invested in public art, and there's also the councils, the Arts Council, that invested in public art. So then there's 4 different models that work together, and it's important to make that clarification because they don't navigate the same way. So public art is a very complicated territory, and we as municipalities sometimes have to work with those 4 components at the same time, and it is difficult to navigate, but we make to do the work, right? So we have a series of questions. I don't know if you have them there. I don't want to put you in the spot, so if you want to just come forward and just read them.
Thank you very much. So now it's the public art button coming up. So I do want to thank Lindsay Corey from the Halifax Regional Municipality. She did a wonderful job at facilitating this activity. We were sort of the blind leading the blind, yeah. But I think we managed well. And it was a huge group, so we were really happy with the level of participation that we got in the room. And I'll present this a bit of a summaries. I ended up with all the sheets in my room, so this morning I was able to put something together. So the first question was the shift was relating to the shift from public art as a decoration in space to added meaning or honoring the heritage of a place. So some of the responses that came out of that and the main takeaways was that community is now seeking meaning and representation, movement away from monuments, the increase in temporary and ephemeral pieces as well, and a deeper look at the process and how we go about commissioning pieces or allowing or encouraging, I guess, also temporary pieces as well, and the emphasis on engagement, conversation, and intention. The second question was, what does it mean to place objects in a place or space? I'm just going kind of point form to sparking a conversation, creating narratives, storytelling, reclaiming or claiming of a space, economic driver, bring a sense of community, and it can change how a space is used and or perceived. And the third question was, what is the purpose of bringing attention to a particular place? So some of the key elements that came out of that question was safety and accessibility, build a gathering place and pride, education, heritage, land claims, commemoration, generate growth, activity, interactivity. And then the final question was, who plays a role in public art and how does intention impact the final piece? So obviously there was the artists in the leadership role, and then community as innovators and risk takers. There was also urban planners and culture teams with the support, facilitation, advocacy, collaboration, enabling risk innovation, such as risk acceptance versus risk avoidance, creating an environment for becoming the VP of yes, which I love that expression. Yeah. So whoever came up with it, I loved it. And also a role from the economic development perspective, which is the investment in the public realm. And the intention, and I highlighted this phrase because I think it's the one that I think everyone really appreciated, which the development of infrastructure of the human spirit and provide the investment to build it. I did not come up with it, so whoever did.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You. So thank you to everyone who took part in it, and I think we have really inspiring elements to build with for other events. So,
thank you.
So the second day, we work on a case study using the principles of that we did the first day. So they were somehow related. So thanks for the people that were with us the second day and did the participation on that participatory improv workshop. The idea of this case study, which all have access to this in the WUBA app, it is just to bring forward, in a matter of a workshop, a case of something that really happened. So what we did was a case from the city of Ottawa, and we're not going to get in details. All the explanations are there, and it was tweaked a little bit just to make it complicated. So it is inspired by a real call, but it was tweaked in order just to create the conversations and what's not. So the case study give us an opportunity to engage in conversation and meet each other from the different points of view. Sometimes we have in the table some people that are in councils, as I explained, some that are in municipalities, or that are others that are in private development, others that are designers, so artists, and also the people that are from the sponsors, the councils, right, and funders. So it gives an opportunity for people to just approach the issue from different points of view, and the conversations that arise from that are quite interesting. So it also give us an opportunity to discuss the aspects of a project from the inception of it, the call. So then we just discuss how was the call created, does it suit the location for a public art or not. So then there were things that were not clear in how the project was presented in the case study, and then the research that went upon, and all the way through the development of the project and the installation of the project. So the experience it serves as an analysis of the process and give us opportunity to discuss with peers and learn from one another. Also, bring back an opportunity to focus in certain topics that need more discussions for the following conferences, and we just take from that some information and then just bring it forward. So if you have, if you participated in that in that case study and you remain with questions or things that you think that in the future conferences are important to bring it forward for discussions or more case studies on those particular things, just please forward it to me or to PAC, so then we can just discuss it and bring it forward for the next conference. Also, allow us to talk about the location of public art and these works and what is the best process to follow. It is very important as an educational process for each one of us to just understand when public art is required, what are the best practices for it, and with that, keep us on the loop of what are the contemporary practices, what are the new issues in contemporary public art, and yes, so I think with that I conclude my presentation. So thank you very much, and thank you all for participating.
Thank you, Alejandro. There was obviously some fantastic discussion in that room. In the virtual space, we also talked about public art having a heyday during the pandemic, the roles of various players and program openness. We talked about play to disrupt your day with play, and virtual opportunities, how to engage artists without being actually in a place, but actually in the virtual space. So to add to that. So next up, I'd like to call on Erin Moran from the City of Abbotsford to talk about our discussions that happened in the Idea Room. Erin, if you'd like to come up.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to just sort of read a kind of report that I very quickly wrote just to kind of collect some of the notes here. So to preface the presentation, I'm presenting notes from the IDEA theme breakout discussions. So IDEA here is referring to inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. So my role was to facilitate the discussion, but the following notes are the collective high-level findings from participants. So this really is the work from everybody in the room and everybody at the conference. Day one focused largely on Indigenous reconciliation and IDEA principles. And day two looked more broadly at inclusivity, diversity, equity, and accessibility within municipal settings. So day one, key findings. Municipal engagement with Indigenous peoples requires relationship building, collaboration, and education to be effective. Culture workers should be flexible and willing to provide accessible spaces for engagement and discussion. Consider the importance of the engagement process rather than the end product. When working with Indigenous communities and other equity-deserving groups, there are more differences than similarities. Different equity-deserving groups have access to different levels of resourcing. Different equity-deserving groups have different relationships to colonialism. To support IDEA initiatives, organizations should prioritize inclusive hiring practices, tap into expertise from community members and organizations, have the humility to face shortcomings and address change within municipal organizations, and address the lack of resources and tools to implement IDEA policies. Senior leadership should have comprehensive cultural plans that embed IDEA and reconciliation principles. This results in less council intervention or pushback, as these are protected within council-adopted plans. There is a lack of representation from equity-deserving groups at leadership level. Plans are often in place, but without budget to implement. So day 2 key findings, which were idea work in municipal settings. Funding structures, or lack thereof, results in idea work happening off the side of the desk, preventing meaningful progress. There is often a perceived lack of leadership. This work is someone else's responsibility. Who takes ownership? Culture services, HR, senior management. There is great value in advocating for change from the ground level up. Interdepartmental leadership and collaboration is vital. When asked how your organization ensures its commitment to inclusive diversity, equity, and accessibility, these were some of the answers. A commitment to idea work requires staff across the organization to have access to training. What resources have you accessed to support advancing idea principles within your organization? The Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion, committees and roundtables with internal and external partners, grants, the Creative Cities Network of Canada Idea Toolkit. Using these resources helps avoid a champion of the department approach where unappointed specialist or go-to person within the organization who others perceive as more culturally aware. DEI committees, including external partners, are vital to advance idea work. We need DEI allies and partners across all departments with a budget to facilitate these discussions. The Creative Cities Network of Canada gives us access to colleagues and networks who are facing similar challenges. And we'll end with one question that came up with regards to HR. Do they often help or hinder the processes? And how do they fit into larger idea discussions? So this is just sort of the tip of the iceberg for the discussion, but again, I would encourage everybody to speak to your colleagues since these are the thoughts that are being shared. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Erin. Really good discussion in the idea room. I also just want to mention that the discussion process that we undertook, the integrated feedback process, it is my intention to put that into our library for free download for you. So if you're interested in using it, it'll be there, and you can always call me and ask me questions about it. So there you go. I also want to add from the virtual room that I have not actually watched the video from that yet, so I will have to write to you about this. But I do want to mention that CC UNESCO has the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, and you might have recognized that in Rhoda's talk yesterday, that a lot of your municipalities are actually members and you might not even know that. So I would encourage you to look at that resource that's already existing within your municipality. All right, so next up we have our Festival and Events Committee discussion room, and Teresa Byrne from the City of Calgary will be giving a presentation on what was discovered in the Festival and Events room.
Good morning. First, I just would like to acknowledge a few things. My pronouns are she, her. I am a Caucasian female, white hair. I like to call it Arctic gray. And I also would like to acknowledge that I work in Mohkinstsis, the traditional lands of the Blackfoot Confederacy, which includes the Kainai, the Piikani, Siksika, Amnipskakani, and Treaty 7 territory, home to the Stoney Nakoda people, which is Bearspaw, Chinikwe, and Wesley, and Tsuut'ina Nations, as well as Métis Nation 3. What an exciting couple of days we had. What a passionate group of people that came together to have a conversation around festivals and events. Really excited to see this back in the CCNC foray and the opportunity to have these conversations. So the 2 days that we hosted discussions, we broke it up into 2 topics. The first day, we looked at the challenge of event planning in my municipality, which ended up being a bit of group therapy. I think some of my colleagues would agree, but a wonderful time to share information and to come up with some great ideas and best practices to take home. So what we did is we looked at sharing the structure of the municipal special event permitting processes. And given the range of municipalities, some of them lack the long-term plans, strategies, and policies that provide the framework, guidelines, and criteria to access and approve applications systematically versus the case-by-case approach. Many municipalities have adopted a centralized application process, or that one-stop shop, as we like to call it, in order to coordinate civic services and have dedicated staff to facilitate the process with event organizers. Some municipalities are in the practice of requesting performance indicators from event organizers, and this aids in the reporting that's required to keep our industry strong and our work and our tools vital. So our second question we asked was whether municipalities have a special event advisory team. They're either a seat or a set or an interdepartmental event team, various names as you can see. But, and what that team would do is review and support the compliance requirements and how they're managed. And so what we also discovered through that is that the scope and scale of these teams, they vary depending on the size of the municipality, as would be expected, but they all do involve key services in one way or another. One key challenge identified was determining where a primary event group resides in their organizational chart, as it does vary from place to place, which can lead to a lack of consolidated support to events, as the responsibility to permit may be spread across the municipality based on a number of contributing factors or classifications, art versus sport, indoor versus outdoor, etc. Question 3, we looked at what recommendations can you share for enhancing or streamlining your event permitting processes. So by having a public-facing toolkit on a dedicated spot on the municipal website with clear expectations, timelines, and other relevant details available would be a good step forward. This should also include a resource bank of tools and templates to support that application process and clarify requirements to host an event within the municipality. I think we all could have used that this year. 2 years of not hosting events and a little bit of COVID brain mixed in. Everybody from organizers to municipal workers were struggling a bit just to kind of remember, how do we do this? So tools like that would have been extremely helpful. We also want to ensure that your team is established, that you've got a seat or an IET that can work from a centralized platform that provides that access to relevant information pertaining to the events, that consolidates those application details and approvals to facilitate communication. Wow, that one's key. And establish and maintain relationships between departments to streamline those approvals and identify gaps and issues for mitigations through a collaborative approach. We all have stake in the game and we all need to work together. Now, it's also important that we inform our politicians of the municipal-wide process that supports festivals and events for their constituents to help them in their decision-making when they're engaging with the community. So when they get that call, they know either who to call in your municipality or how to respond to some of those requests to keep it fair and equitable. So we also looked at some of those biggest challenges in the event permitting process, which was where municipalities are seeing an increase in volume after COVID, highlighting the need for clearly defined processes and requirements for the public that's streamlined to reduce duplication and updated on a regular basis. Just confirmed our assumptions. This can also serve as a best practice resource to design, develop, and deliver quality events that are safe and effective. A support to the industry by providing the educational opportunities, especially for those grassroots organizations, and change the perspective where municipal workers are not viewed so much as gatekeepers, but we begin to be viewed as coaches. We also want to look at establishing that process for how to say no, so we can ensure that those fair and equitable access is maintained rather than using loopholes to jump the queue. This could also include steps to address issues that occur when time delays on information creates those challenges to the ability to meet delivery deadlines. So that was day one, and it was great. So then we hopped into day 2. We wanted to change the narrative a little bit. We wanted to look at some burning issue that is driving us. So we wanted to look at and talk about how we address the impacts festivals events can have on the broader community. Because we recognize and we wanted to take a look at how we balance the benefits that festivals and events brings with the impact that they can have on residents and the adjacent communities. So we started off by talking about what are those common issues that arise and what have we done in the past? Things like noise, where some municipalities have looked at using quiet fireworks or drone shows instead of fireworks, making sure you have a noise bylaw or tip sheets for organizers. One municipality, I thought this was brilliant, set up a resident complaint call line specific for that event. I don't want to be on the other end of that one, though. But developing a communication strategy to promote awareness, to highlight the requirements in the application process so that organizers know what they're getting themselves into, as well as sound-reduced events where you actually would monitor and maintain those pieces. Looking at traffic and parking, providing free shuttles or use of transit with a free pass. Develop a community strategy to encourage alternate modes of transportation, like let's get people out of their cars and onto the bikes, or if you have scooters or other methods within your municipality. You might even want to consider setting up a bike valet for comfort and safety so that people know that their bikes are going to be safe in there when they go to leave. Road closures designed with those subject matter experts from your seat or your IET to support the flow of pedestrians in and especially out. When you've got a mass gathering and they're all going out, you want to make sure that you're emptying those spaces quickly and effectively and efficiently. Community engagement sessions for residents and businesses, awareness is key, as well as some community action groups may want to get involved. And of course, our environmental impacts, where we looked at things like waste management, where we can place those receptacles and then sort off site, or third-party organizers do their self-clean with municipal staff afterwards. External groups might be fined if they don't clean up. Do we need deposits to manage those things? And if you do have urination issues, I'm sorry, but you might want to look at mandating more porta potties. There's definitely some work to be done there. But we looked at then who's responsible. We know that when it comes to putting these events on, there's shared responsibility. So as a municipality, what is our role to mitigate these issues, to support those communities and neighborhoods? So again, community notification, either by the event or the municipality might have to step in and assist with that. Looking at placing a moratorium on certain locations, such as limiting number of event days where they're going to have the biggest impacts. Noise bylaws we discussed was, with those restrictions and exemptions, because it's important that you have flexibility to be able to allow for things when it makes sense. Traffic closures reviewed by jurisdictional authorities we talked about. The ability to mentor event organizers, I thought, was a wonderful idea to try and figure out, again, how to mitigate those issues. Again, that coach versus gatekeeper approach. And setting up those clear plans for waste management, turf preservation, crowd management, emergency response, all those things that we put in our robust permitting processes, but they need to be provided and reviewed in advance. And so how do we help facilitate that? So then we look at the responsibility that we place on the event organizer. We did a lot of talking, as you can imagine, but we recognize that we do put a lot on those organizers through those permits processes, the noise, the parking, et cetera. So to support this mitigation, we look at a variety of things. Obviously we jump quick to, do we need deposits for compliance to make sure that they can conform? Or do we mandate public notification through social media and direct methods, where it's able, but make sure that that's scalable so that it's reasonable and it's reliable and it's something that actually can be sustained. But also think about the presence of the municipal staff when that's required. Again, you're coaching and you're supporting, and so how can we be there to provide the mitigation strategies, the expertise, or even just, that pat on the back and say, hey, great job. Establishing regular routines, procedures, and established event spaces, I thought, is a lovely way to start looking at how do we start to educate organizers, ourselves, the community. When we start to see regular practices, we start to feel kind of that common normality to it, that this is expected and anticipated, and setting guidelines around some spaces where those hours of activity may be limited due to surrounding environmental factors. We have one park that's adjacent to a hospice. We're not about to put an EDM show right there. It just doesn't make sense. And last but certainly not least, what is the role of the community, of that neighborhood? Where do the people who live in the community have a role to play in this as part of that shared responsibility? Well, first and foremost, let's become informed of what's happening in our own neighborhoods. It's our responsibility to know what's happening around us, looking in advance for that communication, for the awareness, to prepare for what's coming and who to contact for information or to get action when it's necessary. Getting involved, hopefully we can encourage businesses to stay open and participate as part of these events are happening in those areas that they reside, that the residents volunteer or attend the events, and service clubs may also look at striking partnerships with those events. But last but certainly not least is how do we encourage those residents to be proactive and to work with event organizers and work with us to make sure that festivals and events are accessible and equitable for all, and that we can enjoy them for what they bring. And at the end of the day, everybody goes home having had a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. And Teresa Byrne is the chair of our Festivals and Events, newly minted Festival and Events Committee. So if you have interest in anything with regards to that and want to sort of give feedback and stuff, please get in touch. In the virtual room, which was hosted by me, by the way, I wanted to say that thank you to Nicole Cantley for hosting the Idea Committee room. There were some other comments in terms of, but very much the same kind of ideas that came out of the discussion in the room, the in-person room. So just the idea of how do we actually navigate all of the different departments. Are there, ways that we can get everybody that is going to be involved at the table? So very much like what you were saying, Teresa. So the last thing I wanted to just note in this discussion room regard is the notes that we took on data. Now, we did have a really great peer-to-peer session on data as well. So we just talked about how to make data more accessible, how to collect data, the income impacts of the pandemic, and how we look at those. Partners and residents need to be part of the process. And, what about, outputs as compared to outcomes? How do we measure outputs compared to outcomes? And those kinds of things. So, and that was facilitated by Yvonne Chu. Thank you, Yvonne, in virtual land. Yvonne is is on the board of CCNC and the former chair of the CSS, Municipal CSS Partnership. So, are there any questions about discussion room at all? Okay, because you know what? We got questions, right? But we don't want to ask them because we're kind of like getting done here, right? Anyway, next up, we're going to move on to our annual general meeting. So you have a couple of minutes. You can all stay in the room, whether you're a member or not. It's all good. But if you do not have yet your voting card, Tanya, would you mind standing up? So pick up a card that looks like this on the table outside. Find your city. If your city name is not there, make one, and then put your name on it. And at the end of the AGM, they will be collected by Sarah Douglas Murray from Pickering over in the corner over there, so that we can make a list of everybody who attended. And in the virtual environment, we will know because we will see you, but we would like you to list your name in the chat in the Zoom room, so that we can get our virtual attendance as well. Okay. One per member municipality, yes. And then I have one announcement, which you will like to hear, which is those of you who made a tile at the Clay and Glass Gallery, your tiles will be ready on the table out in the lobby after 12 noon today, all right, for taking home. Okay, so we'll see you in just a few minutes for the AGM. We're just going to get set up. It's not on yet? Oh, now it's on. Thank you. That's awesome. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch today. I think the Delta did a really good job. Okay, good. Woo! Here's to the Delta. They're happy out there. Awesome. It's really a great moment in our summit now. We're about to do the Awards of Excellence. But before we do, I want to mention that the awards that we're giving out today are not a statue that you put on your desk and have to carry around or from place to place or find a spot. It's now something that you can hang on the wall. And what we did was we asked the city of Waterloo and Estero, would they suggest an artist to us who might be able to provide a print? And so the same artist that provided the design for your delegate bags has created the works for the awards this year. What a great idea, hey? Thank you, Estero. So that artist is a local artist, and his name is Luke Swinson. I want to just make an announcement that after we do the awards, we'll have possibly a little bit of buffer time, depending on how the awards go. And then we'll be moving into peer-to-peer sessions at 1:45. And after that, I think we go into our closing stuff and prizes. So for those of you who have been participating in the photo contest and also the leaderboard, we're going to have some prizes for you and also a sneak peek at next year's summit. So now, without further ado, let's get on to the awards. And it gives me great pleasure to re-invite Michael Tunney, the president of the CCNC board, to get us started.
Thank you, Kathleen. So as many of you are aware, our last awards were held in Saskatoon in 2019. So this year we looked at expanding the awards, and we've added a few new ones. First is the IDEA Award. We have the Public Art Legacy and Public Art Sustainability Awards, and a special acknowledgement of municipal support for local culture during the early days of lockdowns in 2020. In terms of eligibility, the awards are open to CCNC municipal members in good standing at the time of the beginning of the awards process. This includes municipal governments and band councils, regional governments, and officially designated local cultural planning and cultural policy bodies. Just a little bit about the selection process. The CCNC Awards program promotes a principled and effective adjudication process. In the spring, a volunteer peer jury conducted a review of submitted nominations to discuss and score. The current standing CCNC Board of Directors, and by extension their municipalities, are not eligible to serve on the awards program jury. Thank you to the members of the jury who represented a range of expertise across the country. And thank you to the awards consultant, Andrew Singh, for coordination of the nomination and adjudication processes. This year's jury included Rose Ginther from the MacEwan University, Tara Lapointe from the Michel Jean Foundation, Jamie McClellan from the province of Nova Scotia, Sarah Monroe from the city of Brantford, Jane Needles from Arts Consultants Canada, and Perry Stein from the city of Lethbridge. As an overall statement, the jury wished to acknowledge the care and administration they noted throughout this year's award winners. Administration can play an important role to uplift and support communities, a focus on relationship building, and holding and cultivating trust, moving things forward, as opposed to allowing them to merely sustain. The nominations that resonated with the jury had deliberate efforts of connection and care with the community. And first, just a note about the Leadership Award that was put forward. The Cultural Leadership Award recognizes significant contributions by individuals working in the field of local cultural planning, programs, and services who have shown inspired leadership and exceptional dedication to supporting the work and the vision of the Creative City Network of Canada. The committee felt that no one recipient was appropriate given what was asked of our members over the last 3 years. So the decision was made to not award the Leadership Award, but instead acknowledge the hard work and perseverance of everyone here and throughout the membership as we have faced new challenges and had to think about our work completely differently. So I'd like to now invite Tam Rash to come up, who is going to present the Cultural Planning Award. Yep.
Hello, everybody. I'm slightly shorter than Michael, I think. My name is Tam Morash, and I work as the Arts and Cultural Development Coordinator for the City of St. John's in Oktomcook, otherwise known as Newfoundland, in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. And it is my honor to be presenting the Creative City Network Cultural Planning Award today. And I would like to once again express our appreciation to Municipal Cultural Planners, Inc., who are the generous sponsors of the award this year. So, the Cultural Planning Award recognizes a Canadian municipality that has developed, adopted, and implemented an excellent culture plan with a process that demonstrates outstanding visionary leadership and best practices in cultural planning, or a Canadian municipality that has reviewed, revitalized, and implemented a previously adopted culture plan. Criteria for the award include a demonstration of collaborative and creative public engagement tools and techniques, strategic integration with local government services, an effective implementation strategy, leveraging of the municipality's cultural assets and resources, and the embodiment of accessibility, diversity, and inclusivity. It is my pleasure to announce that the recipient of the Cultural Planning Award this year is Connections and Exchanges, a 10-year plan to transform arts and heritage in Edmonton. So, big round of applause. I do want to say a little bit about Sally Kim, Edmonton Arts Council, who will be accepting the award. Please come up, of course. But I do want to brag about your plan for a little bit first, if you don't mind. To develop connections and exchanges, the Edmonton Arts Council partnered with the Edmonton Heritage Council, Arts Habitat Edmonton, and the City of Edmonton. And together the project team designed an engagement strategy to consult with and represent the full diversity of Edmonton's arts and heritage communities. Over 8,000 Edmontonians were engaged through diverse consultation methods. Unanimously approved by Edmonton City Council, the plan outlines a deliberate, collaborative, and adaptable strategy to advance city building goals through a community-driven vision for cultural development, linking directly to the City of Edmonton's own strategic plan. And a few comments from the jury. The jury was especially impressed with the plan's, quote, deliberate effort to engage really diverse community members, and also with its innovative approach to both engagement and measurement. The jury also appreciated seeing engagement in both the formation of the plan and the implementation of the plan, and highlighted the strong sense of sustainable follow-through with the 4 key organizations involved. And another direct quote from the jury that just must be shared. The plan is, quote, a shining star model. So high praise indeed, certainly, and well-deserved, and it's my pleasure.
Working? Yes. Okay. I thought it was a sign for me not to talk. Thank you very much to CCN and the jury. I'm standing here by myself, but I do represent 30 employees at the Edmonton Arts Council, as well as our collaborators and partners at the City of Edmonton. My thanks goes to all of our partners, including Arts Habitat and the Edmonton Heritage Council, but especially the more than 8,000 Edmontonians who contributed to the plan, because we couldn't have done it without their input. So thank you very much.
also say that there is an honorable mention in this category to the town of Whitby. You can see that it was very late at night and I don't have the title on the slide. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But the jury wanted to note just how impressed they were with this first culture plan out of the town of Whitby and felt that it deserved some honorable recognition as well, so well done. Our next award category is the Cultural Events Award, so I'll invite Teresa Byrne all the way up here to present. Thank you.
Hello again. I will disperse with the introductions. I think you're getting to know me by now. If you're not, then let's connect, right? So I'm very pleased to be here today to present the Cultural Events Award, which recognizes a Canadian municipality that demonstrated visionary leadership by initiating, creating, and producing an exceptional cultural event, or by empowering and supporting a community initiative that led to an exceptional cultural event. Cultural events can include celebrations, festivals, exhibitions, performances, and programs. So, before I ask the recipient to come up, I will give you a little bit of a background. First, I'll introduce the project, which was Shine Bright New West from the City of New Westminster. So, a little bit of information about the project. Shine Bright New West is an innovative approach to holiday events that provides a more accessible, inclusive, and meaningful opportunity for the entire community of all ages and all walks of life to connect with one another. The city collaborated with many, we're not using stakeholders anymore, we'll say partners, to offer a variety of light displays and activities from December 1st, 2021 to January 31st, 2022. The activity highlights included celebration kits that contain child-orientated crafts and decorations, a series of outdoor concerts, each spotlighting a local musician, cultural activities to celebrate winter solstice, Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, and I'm saying that wrong, sorry, and Lunar New Year. 8 new light displays, including a large waterfront display at Westminster Pier Park that engaged the local businesses association to a light tunnel display that was built by a small group of neighborhood volunteers. An interactive light display map of the entire community, shop nights where business districts provided an elevated shopping experience, and community Christmas trees where the community was invited to hang an ornament on designated trees. So Shine Bright aligns with the city's values for a healthy and vibrant community, innovation, and cultural diversity. It also supported the direction of the public health officer by encouraging the community to partake in safer outdoor activities. The sustainability of Shine Bright is made possible due to the strong partnerships across the city. Each collaborator brought a significant contribution to the event, which had a huge impact on the experiences that were felt throughout the community. New community relationships were formed as strong foundation contributions. As together as a city, they all shared the vision of engaging community during the pandemic. So this strong foundation contributed to the social fabric of the community, and many of these partners could not produce an activity on their own, but by collaborating with other organizations, the City of New Westminster was spotlighted. So it's now become their annual holiday event series and serves as a model for traditional events where they can evolve to be more inclusive and be reflective of the community. And reflecting back on city holiday events that preceded the pandemic, the city's 2 annual one-day events only focused on Christmas, including the Santa Claus Parade, and the lighting of a large Christmas tree. These were annual events with limited participation and only represented a Christmas celebration. They've now moved away from that religious affiliation to a broader cultural celebration. Residents embraced this, and it has increased participation, partnerships across all neighborhoods, connected staff throughout the corporation, and provided opportunities to support community. Just some jury remarks, because it's always good to get that feedback. Strong collaborative partnerships, utilizing a challenging period for events to adjust how events are structured, adopting lessons learned from this adjustment to events in the future, using a light to bright, use of light to bright together communities, Using the language of shifting from religious to cultural celebration was a deliberate effort to make everyone feel welcome to attend and participate in the event, and clear that they were listening and helping to elevate the voices of different communities. So, hope you all will learn with me from the City of New Westminster, and please welcome to the stage Lisa Kemp to receive your award.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We're thrilled to have received this award and to be at the conference. It's my first time at the conference. And when I was thinking about the award and kind of reflecting back on the conference, I thought I would share two kind of focus areas from this event series and two kind of learnings that we've taken into all our events. One of them is the value of partnerships. So the special events team really was a facilitator, and the event series would not have been possible without the collaboration with different city departments and the variety of partnerships. So that was kind of a real focus, and we've brought that into all our events. And then we also wanted to kind of highlight the focus where we work to address diversity, inclusion, and equity through offering such a range of opportunities over 2 months. Shine Bright New West also received 2 other awards. Our Downtown New Westminster BIA won an award for event excellence for their contribution to the event series. And then we also won an award that was a provincial award through the BC Parks and Recreation Association. I want to thank all the partners and the staff that were involved with this event series, and we're looking forward to building on this success and offering it again starting December 1st. Thank you.
So as they'll take the pictures later, I do want to have the honorable mention. For the City of Camrose, Color the Underpass. The Recreation and Culture Department at the City of Camrose worked to create a project that incorporated as many individuals and groups from our city as possible by bringing individuals, business, nonprofits, cultural and recreational groups and other community members together through art. The underpass is divided into 50 panels, which will act as the community canvas. The jury remarks for you, Camrose, are: it was remarkable what was done with a very small budget. The project had a large impact. There were little to no barriers in the project, open to community members, and no art project. Sorry. Never mind, it's all good. We'll follow up on that one. And it shows how much can be done with very little. So congratulations, City of Camrose. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Teresa. And next award category now is the IDEA Award, Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access. And I'll ask Miko Hoffman to come on up and present.
Hello again. Besides being on the grants team for the City of Vancouver, I'm also on the new IDEA committee for CCNC. As Michael mentioned, this is a brand new award and was developed this year by the new IDEA committee. The award recognizes significant contributions by an individual, organization, or municipality working in the cultural sector that exemplifies the principles of IDEA: inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, through cultural programs and initiatives, including reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and communities. The jury received several nominations and congratulates all for the effort they showcase in following IDEA principles and in working towards reconciliation. So the inaugural recipient of this award is the City of Ottawa for the development of City of Ottawa Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Civic Cultural Protocol and Implementation Plan 2022 to 2026, led by Natali Zuniga. Got a bit lost. Led by Natali Zuniga, Indigenous cultural developer. And I'll just say a bit about this project before bringing her up. This plan includes a protocol framework definitions, common goals and benefits, commitments and principles for mutual collaboration and contextual information, which were developed in full partnership with the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. The collaborative process meaningfully engaged the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, the host nation in Ottawa, as well as host nation partners. The nominator stated, "The path taken by Natalie Zuniga was respectful, collaborative, and groundbreaking at the City of Ottawa. Approval of the protocol at Ottawa City Council in April 2022 has resulted in rapidly increasing municipal and community requests for information, learning, and connection with the Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation. People are beginning to realize what they don't know." And the jury noted that the project represents an impressive undertaking to design the project and outcome with the nations. The project did well to consider the barriers to participation experienced by the nations and seek ways of overcoming them, and that this effort will have long-term impacts on the City of Ottawa and can serve as a model for how this work can be approached by other cities in Canada. So congratulations.
Hello, thank you so much. I am absolutely overwhelmed by this such an important recognition. Thank you, CCNC, and thank you to the Awards of Excellence jury. I led the collaborative process for the development of the City of Ottawa Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Civic Cultural Protocol and Implementation Plan 2022-2026. My unit, Cultural Development and Initiatives, my branch, Arts and Heritage Development, and my department, Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services, supported and enabled this work all along its development path. As Miko mentioned, the collaborative process meaningfully engaged the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, on whose unceded and ancestral territory Ottawa is located. And this work, it took, many years of develop this relationship since 2010 to today, and it shows, I think, our commitment to continue, not only to respect, to show our appreciation, to show our accountability to the host nation. To show that we value the fact that we live and work on a land that has been taken care, protected, known intimately, and valued intimately by the Indigenous peoples of Canada, but in Ottawa by the Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation. So we, through this work and through sustain our relationship, we want to show this respect, this accountability to this host nation that kept this land for us to enjoy and live and work and benefit from it. So I have to, I accept this award on behalf of all the people that participated and collaborated in this collaborative process, the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, and the City of Ottawa cultural and connected sections that include arts and heritage development, as I mentioned, the city archives, community recreation and cultural programs, cultural funding and support, cultural and heritage programs and spaces, Office of Protocol and Intergovernmental Affairs, public art program, public information and media relations, Ottawa Public Library. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So our next category is going to be presented by Alejandro Romero from the Public Art Network Council. There he is. Hi, Alejandro. He's also doing double duty for us, so he'll be presenting our Public Art Legacy Award, followed by our Public Art Sustainability Award. Thank you, Alejandro, for your work.
Well, let's find my notes here. Small. Using technology so we don't use paper. Okay. Well, the Public Art Network decided that this year we're going to just expand the awards into 2 categories. And to explain a little bit what was the process of why we did it, is just to give more opportunities for different budgets, projects to be participating and recipient of this award. So one award would be the Legacy Award, and the other one would be a Sustainability Award, and I'm going to just explain what it is in a moment. So let's start with the Public Art Legacy Award recognized a Canadian municipality that demonstrated visionary leadership by supporting an excellent program and success and process that led to a successful public art project or any program. Specifically, permanent public art projects valued over $75,000. So the recipient, we have it? I want to speak a little bit about it. I think you saw this already yesterday, and I'm going to talk a little bit about it, but you heard most of the information yesterday. So the recipient is the Alderby First Nation Commemoration Project, and the name of it is Spirit Garden on Manidu Ojitikan by Terence Radford from the city of Kingston. The Alderby First Nation Commemoration Project is a public art project that commemorates the historical and contemporary ties between Alderby First Nation and the Kingston region. It's not far from here. Through a public art process that aligned with the City of Kingston's public art policy and extensive community engagement with Alderby First Nation, artist Terence Radford's proposal for Spirit Garden was selected for the Alderby First Nation Commemoration Project. Spirit Garden, located in Lake Ontario Park, is a landscape installation intended to function as a symbolic reclamation and physical restoration of the land. It explores how the shared experiences of colonization, along with attempts of cultural assimilation, have impacted the living culture of Alderby First Nation. The artwork presents the history of select wampum belts, the symbolism of the medicine wheel, and a selection of culturally significant food and medicinal plants in a formal layout based on the Alderby Methodist Church. Some of the jury notes is good feedback and serve as an inspiration for other projects as well, is that this work challenges what public art can be and what it should be. It practices the concept of placemaking and shows respect for the environment and community without wanting to be invasive. It is complementary to the environment and to the people. A sense of bringing together people in the community to develop something that could last and be sustainable and that reflect the community itself. It will be there for many years, and it could change over time as well. They have carefully selected the greenery to reflect the heritage involved. The work complements the landscape very well, which is reflective of the consultation work done. What was created is a deliberate gathering space for people to feel comfortable in. The interactive nature of the work stood out as a highlight. So please welcome the recipient from the city of Kingston, which is Taylor Norris, sorry. Thank you.
Hello again. I want to thank the Creative City Network for recognizing Manadoo Ditagon with this Public Art Legacy Award. And I'm proud to accept this on behalf of the City of Kingston and the artist Terrence Radford and my entire team at Arts and Culture Services. We changed our name. Arts and Culture Services and Heritage Services. And I want to especially acknowledge our beloved and recently departed from this life City Curator, Paul Robertson, who began the relationship building with the Alderville First Nation and the City of Kingston before I joined the team, and whose work I took over when I joined and took over this project. So yesterday we were able to learn from a panel on Indigenous protocol, reconciliation, and mistakes, and I want to call back to that in reference to this project. We made mistakes, and it was terrifying, and we could have really messed up this process. But I was empowered by my manager and my director to lead a process, and I learned very quickly that asking questions and humbling ourselves and meeting our Indigenous partners where they were at was the only path forward. I got uncled quite a bit by Chief Mowat, my community partner who took me under, my community partner in Alderville who took me under his wing, John Matson, and our lead elder on the project, Rick Beaver. And through that emerged this project and this legacy. I said to the chief when we launched the project last summer, I'm sorry I couldn't give you all your land back. And he said, that's okay, this is a start. And this is a start. And we have a long, hard road ahead of us together to move forward. And let's keep going. Thank you.
So the next one is the Public Art Sustainability Award, and it recognizes a Canadian municipality that demonstrated visionary leadership by supporting an excellent program and process that led to a successful public art project or program, specifically any temporary public art project or permanent public art projects valued up to $75,000. As you see, there's two different categories, one that are project very high in value and others that are a little bit higher value but lower budget. So the recipient of this award, oh, I forgot to mention the honorable mention, right? Okay, so I can go back. Sorry about that. You have to bear with me, it's small. So, and as we said yesterday, we are allowed to make mistakes, so I accept my mistakes and it's good, so that's awesome. So the honorable mention, it's again the City of Ottawa. The O-Train Stage 1 public art program released another call for artists for non-integrated artwork in June 2014 and resulted in the commission of 7 permanent standalone artworks at 6 theme stations. The 6 theme stations are located in Ottawa's downtown core, Bayview, Primsey, Lyon, Rideau, Parliament, and U-Ottawa. There are two distinct commissions for U-Ottawa Station, and the Algonquin theme Primsey Station remain exclusive for artwork designed by Algonquin artists, along with requirements to collaborate closely with nearby Algonquin and Anishinaabe communities. So some of the notes that the jury wanted to acknowledge in this project was the pieces animate what is a concrete and barren area, and the work provides a richness experience of a walkable area. So please, let's give the City of Ottawa for an applause for that honorable mention. And now, the Sustainability Award. And I read already, so I'm not going to repeat it. So the recipient for this award is the City of Mississauga, and the project is Blissful Release by Vivian Rosas, and it will be accepted by Rachel Pennington, the public art curator of the city. So Blissful Release by Vivian Rosas is described as a rainbow road like no other. This large-scale sidewalk mural was hand-painted and community-informed. It celebrates and honors 2S LGBTQ+ communities and depicts a crowd of people of all backgrounds, ages, genders, and abilities, dancing in a rainbow, finding joy and belonging with one another through music and dance. In 2019, the Region of Peel, in recognition of Pride Month, approved annual funding for each municipality, Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon, to implement physical, visible expression of pride, such as a rainbow crosswalk. As part of 2020 Pride Month activities, Rainbow Soga Alliance, a Community 2S LGBTQ plus group in Mississauga, coordinated a virtual discussion to discuss ideas for physical expression of pride. Participating community members and city staff supported and created a rainbow crosswalk, but wondered how such a crosswalk could further local engagement and awareness of 2S LGBTQ plus communities. The city's community development team approached public art to brainstorm solutions. And the idea of transforming the rainbow crosswalk into both a crossing and large-scale mural emerged. The project team wanted to commission, the project team wanted to commission a mural design for any and by 2S LGBTQ plus communities and involve 2S LGBTQ plus residents in its creation. Principles of diversity, inclusion, and equity through all stages of the project and center the community representation, including artists, artist assistants, art selection committee members, city staff, project partners, and residents. So 17 2S LGBTQ plus participants engaged in 3 virtual community engagement series facilitated by Vivian Rosas. This virtual safe space asks participants to connect and help envision the mural through online dance and drawing classes. Residents across the city helped choose the mural's location. With almost 400 responses to a public site selection survey, the public vote results showed overwhelming support for the mural and selected its location in Streetsville Village Square. So some of the jury notes for this project was the inclusion of equity into all stages of the project development, leading edge, had representation through all stages of the project through the final result. It was a simple and result with high impact, an example to community arts organizations that you don't have to have a big budget, but that you need to have strong conversations to create impactful work. So thank you, welcome Rachel. Let's give a big applause.
Okay, Luke Swinson is one of my favorite artists, so I'm really excited about this. I don't really have anything prepared. I just, this mural, the 2S LGBTQ plus community means a lot to me on a personal level. And Canada has an unfortunate history of discrimination against its civil servants who are queer, so I'm really proud and grateful to work with Michael Tunney and Mississauga's culture team who always supported this project. And I'll just tell you guys one quick story about it before I go. When I was working on this project, I received an email from someone asking me, why don't you create a mural dedicated to the traditional family, celebrate like man, wife, and 2 children. And then shortly after that, I received another email saying, how could you possibly be funding this project when queer people don't even feel safe walking down the street? You should be instead funding housing and better safety and security. So a couple months after we installed the project, I went to go visit it, and I saw this family that very much looked the model of a traditional family. They were eating ice cream, and their daughter was playing, crawling around, rolling around, dancing, and I overheard her say to her dad, oh, Dad, like, I love this girl, and what does it mean? And her dad said to her, oh, it's to celebrate LGBTQ people, and it's a celebration of love. And I just think that is why we all do what we do. Maybe we still have a lot of work to go, but for the moment, we created one safe street at least. We created new memories, and I'm just really proud to have been able to contribute to something like that. So thank you all.
So there's an honorable mention in this category as well, and I will quickly read a little bit about it. This goes to the West Coast, and it's the city of Nanaimo. And the project is called Sacred Gathering of the Fresh Water and Salt Water. And you can see it here in the image. It's a public artwork for the interior of Bevan Park Pool that includes 4 key installations, 3 painted murals and set of hanging banners. It is complemented by a free storybook for children written by the artist. The murals and the publication have specific language goals, incorporating words and phonetic pronunciations that describe the beings shown in the murals in the language of its territory. Audio recordings of the stories are accessible through QR codes located on signage at the pool, as well as in the print materials, further extending the project to audiences who may be visually impaired. The commission per artist Elliot Whitehill Kusolutun, which sorry for my bad pronunciation, a Coast Salish artist and storyteller with a small team of collaborators, including City of Nanaimo staff, curator Jesse Birch, designer Corey Landels, Common Foundry, and painters Jesse Campbell and Becky Tithen. Their work makes its inspiration from the Nanaimo River estuary, offering images and traditional stories told by the artist and directed by a youth audience. Some of the jury notes for this project is visually strong, but also it lives beyond the children's storybooks by using this static piece as a tool for reconciliation. The educational aspect is appreciated. We know that children will see these images. This is an incredible way to introduce the aspect of Indigenous naming to children. So thank you all for all this great work. Give a round of applause, and it serves as inspiration. I hope this serves as inspiration for you to apply next year. We all do amazing work, and sometimes we forget to celebrate it with our colleagues, and this is a great opportunity for you all to contribute to the public art across Canada, and also to present the great work that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for taking on that much work, Alejandro. We really appreciate it. You know, you're getting tired when all of these awards make you tear up. This is just really wonderful. Our final award, thank goodness, because I'm going to need a tissue, is the Stand Up for Culture Award. Is another new award, and it's going to be presented by Conrad's Group.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So I have the privilege and honor of announcing our last recipient of this wonderful award, Stand Up for Culture. This is, as Katie had mentioned, it's a brand new award based on the simple fact that we all had to live for the last couple of years and with COVID. So we didn't think that we can go back, we could not think that we can go back without acknowledging the impressive amount of work and problem solving and determination that our membership displayed during the first few months of the pandemic. The Stand Up for Culture Award recognizes a Canadian municipality that actively acknowledged the value of cultural work in their community from 2020 to 2022. By lifting up their local culturally focused departments, staff, and or programs in order to energize their response to and recovery from the COVID pandemic on a local level. I'm happy to announce that the winner of the 2022 Stand Up for Culture Award is the City of Waterloo for its micro-grant program. Before I ask Estero and Sonia to come up, why don't I just give you a little bit of a background of what the award is for. After the announcement of the first municipal shutdown, the City of Waterloo quickly began adapting programming. The goal of the Economic Development Arts and Culture team was to create new spaces for cultural communities to gather, offer opportunities for communities to engage in, and to provide a diverse range of paid opportunities for artists to engage with audiences. One of the most noteworthy projects came in the pandemic and developed in the partnerships with a local theater organization. Pat the Dog Theater Creation, a Waterloo-based Catalyst organization working in both the region and throughout the province. Executive Director Lisa O'Connell was looking for feedback on a micro-grant program. Her idea was to provide small creation grants to artists from all disciplines, with funds being dispersed before the 2020 holiday season. These microgrants were intended to keep artists creative in time for both the financial and productive strain as we were still in the midst of the lockdown. With the funds already being stretched thin and reduced revenues from the organization, the City of Waterloo went to work to source funds to partner on the initiative. Given existing grant policies that restricted the city from funding artists outside a fee-for-service contract, they had been looking for ways to support artists and to encourage the productions of new work so that artists were ready to exit the pandemic with showcase-ready work in hand. The city was keenly aware that many artists and collectives were at a breaking point and many were choosing to leave the area, stop producing work, and to take other jobs to stay afloat. This was echoed in a COVID-19 economic impact study that the city issued earlier in the year that targeted artists in the region. Pulling from their Economic Development Reserve Fund, the Arts and Culture team committed $10,000 to Pat the Dog to pilot the program. In partnerships with the City of Waterloo and Pat the Dog, actively promoted the program to Waterloo region artists. In December 2020, 20-plus artists were awarded microgrants of $500 to support the creation of new work. Key to this program was that there was no reporting, a simple application, and a focus on removing barriers for BIPOC and LGBTQS+, and other marginalized artists facing barriers. As partners in this project, both the City of Waterloo and Pat the Dog saw this Kickstart initiative as essential to support artists during the pause of the pandemic has created. Many artists had gone on to present work both in our communities and beyond. As reported by Pat the Dog, recipients have used the creation grants to create work that has been later funded by provincial and federal granting agencies like the Ontario Arts Council and the Canada Council for the Arts. The jury's notes on this particular amazing project has been that commended the City of Waterloo for using a period of challenge as an opportunity to invest and reinvest in the arts ecology. The ability to pivot in a very short time period and see considerable results in a short time were very impressive, and showing that how municipal support can be a catalyst to find other support for artists was inspiring work. So I would like to now call Sonia Poveska to come and accept the award. Thank you.
So on behalf of City of Waterloo, we wanted to thank you for this award. I've worked with the city for quite a few years now, and one of the amazing people I've met is Lisa O'Connell from Pat the Dog. And as a municipality, we know sometimes we need to get out of the way and let our project partners speak. So I'm going to do that too right now, and I'm going to let Lisa take the stage.
Annie, bonjour, hello. I'm Lisa O'Connell. I'm the Artistic Director of Pat the Dog Theatre Creation. I'm an artist. This couldn't have happened if there wasn't trust in the city. And if it wasn't an artist that felt that they were comfortable enough to come and really work with a city, municipality, a region, any of our funders in a true collaborative relationship, because as we all know, it begins with the artist, and if we don't have that collaboration, if we don't have that safety, these things can't happen. The microgrant project, which is now in its third year, I'm happy to report that I'm here today to speak on behalf of the 70 artists in the region of Waterloo that have received Kickstart grants, 77% of which have leveraged them now to both provincial and to federal funders. And the 250 applicants that have applied, many of which were not able to receive the dollars. What's really specific, and I would really encourage you as an artist to really consider this if you don't have an arts council in your community or you're not able to be a funder yourself, is to put these dollars in the hands of an artist-led organization. We know who those artists are. We can also curate and support them to go to the next level of funders. We often run festivals like we run Femme Folk Fest in Waterloo, and in Northern Ontario, Place Melter Festival, which is now in its 11th year, to be able to not only platform our artists, present our artists, but make sure that those one-time stimulation ideas can continue to create the work that we need to create. So I want to thank Sonia, and I want to thank the City of Waterloo for their support. We're now opening up our third call for microgrants. on Tuesday. We were now joined by the Waterloo Community Foundation, who've come to join us in addition to the support in his third year with the City of Waterloo. It's a fantastic project. I really encourage you to take a look at it in your home communities, and I'm here if you want to talk about it. We can mentor you, we can make it happen. It's a really fantastic project. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of the award recipients this year. What great work was done over the past few years. Let's give them all another round of applause. I also want to thank the jury, as you can see here, and Anju Singh, who was our awards coordinator, and she was basically helped and directed by Kate. So a great job was done by the jury and by staff on this program, and we'll look forward to you doing this again in St. John's in 2023. So now we are going to move on to our peer-to-peer presentations very shortly, but I'd like to ask the award winners, if you wouldn't mind, and the presenters of the awards, if you wouldn't mind coming up, and we're going to actually take the pictures against that background there. So if you could just meet me there, and I'm going to take pictures of each of you, and of course for the City of Waterloo Award, the Pat the Dog director as well. So if you could come up and we'll get a picture of you. Thanks very much, everybody. Enjoy your peer-to-peers. After that, we'll be going into our closing.
hello. Segon, Kue, good afternoon. I understand that Segon is hello in Mohawk. Kue is hello in Anishinaabe. Good afternoon, all. First of all, I want to offer my respects and honor to the host nations in this territory. The Attawandaron Nation, also known as the Neutral Nation, the Anishinaabe Nation, particularly the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee of the Six Nations of the Grand River. Sutingmi Natalie Zúñiga, no kankani Cosco Perumanta, no katiani Otawapi, iskaichunka iskainiyuj Watantin, Hatun Sonkoiman, Hamunshani, Kai Hatun Wasiman, Waterloo Creative Cities Summit. I just introduced myself in my father's first language, Quechua. My name is Natalie Zúñiga. I am originally from Cusco, Peru. I live in Ottawa now for 22 years. I am happy to be here with all of you at Waterloo Creative City Summit. As an Indigenous cultural developer, I mentioned this before, I led this collaborative process for the development of the City of Ottawa, Anishinaabe, Algonquin Nation, Civic Cultural Protocol, and Implementation Plan. 2022-2026. Could you pass the next slide, please? I just wanted to tell you and locate myself and locate this work. So I am part of a team that is called the Cultural Development and Initiatives Unit. CDI encourages, facilitates, and develops culture awareness, engagement, cultural engagement, and cultural actions. Access and inclusion are fundamental to CDI's work. Broad and deep partnership with internal and external stakeholders are the way of CDI's work. And we have 6 contact experts in arts and heritage culture, arts, heritage, and culture that focus on their work in those 8 areas. You know our coordinator, Catherine Shepherd-Tasky. You know also Ben Dick, who is the Cultural Mapping and Research Officer, Nick Eves Allison, Cultural Industry Development Officer, Yadola Parmount, a cultural developer in the area of heritage, and myself, an Indigenous cultural developer. Could you, the next slide, please? I joined CDI in December of 2009, when CDI was starting the facilitation of a 2-year cultural plan renewal process. The need for a stronger diversity of participation was identified, and I was trusted to lead the outreach and engagement with Indigenous and immigrant peoples in the cultural plan renewal process. Previous cultural plans had engaged immigrant peoples, but this was really the first time that CDI was engaging in a significant way with Indigenous peoples. So, there was no path. We had to build the path as we move forward. So, in this renewal, during this process of the development of the cultural plan, we learned that Ottawa was located on unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. We learned that the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation it has its own cultural, social, political, and economical systems. So it is a nation. And that is part of a larger family of nations that is called the Anishinaabe. And the Anishinaabe large family of nations included the Abenaki, the Cree, the Mi'kmaq, the Ojibwe, and others. We learned that the core of the Anishinaabe Algonquin territory was the Ottawa River watershed. And actually, you know, the image there, just you see I don't know if you locate Ottawa, I guess so. Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. So we learned that during this work. And we learned that the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived in this territory since time immemorial. So not thousands of years, it's just since time immemorial. Could you pass please? We also learned that today there is Anishinaabe Algonquin people living on their territory, on their unceded territory. There are 11 Anishinaabe Algonquin First Nations that are federally recognized according to the Indian Act, 2 in Ontario and 9 in Quebec. The 11 Anishinaabe Algonquin First Nations have approximately 15,000 registered members, and 1,580 live in Ottawa, approximately. And some of these Anishinaabe Algonquin First Nations don't have a land base on their own unceded territory. Excuse me. We also learned that Ottawa had been a trade area for indigenous peoples for thousands of years, and that today it was home to a great diversity of urban First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples who were drawn to Ottawa by health reasons, by education or employment opportunities, as well as to be close to family and friends. You know that, yes, I think we can go on questions at the end, but I will answer that question. You know that as settlers start coming more and more, indigenous people were pushed away of their lands more and more. With the establishment of the Indian Act, the creation of reserves, there were the creation of reserves where little pieces of land where the indigenous people were put there, in these little pieces of land. So some groups were able to feed on those, to be in those pieces of land, but some were not given any land, just relocated to other places without land. So that is what it means. There are First Nations that don't have a land base, 0. Okay, so can you pass the next slide, please? So, as I mentioned, the renewal plan, so it was very important because it is the way that we started our relationship, and it started to learn about the host nation, and then it started our relationship with them. There is one action this renewed action plan was approved by Council in 2012. 2012. And one action talks about honor and recognize Aboriginal, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis cultural identities. And in this action, there is another even more specific that talks about the recognition of the host nation by developing civic protocol, communication, and cultural partnership opportunities. Could you pass, please? So, since the plan was approved, our working relationship with the Anishinaabe host nation has been strengthened to the partner development and implementation of many cultural and heritage initiatives that include the following. So, for example, the image there shows the Anishinaabe Algonquin Awareness Day session where, we invited, it was Anishinaabe Algonquin that decided what to have as part of that session, and we invited our partners. So there's internal at the City of Ottawa and external other, and there were approximately 140 participants, and we learned about the Anishinaabe Algonquin culture. Pass, please. Other important collaborations were, for example, for us to support them meeting the mayor, for example. So in 2013, for the first time, the mayor of Ottawa met with representatives of two of the closest geographically, geographically closest communities that are Anishinaabe Algonquin with the mayor. So you see the Mayor Watson with Chief Gilbert Waidak from Kirigan-Zibi Anishinaabe in the first photo, and in the other photo is with other shows the mayor with Chief Kirby, Chief Gilbert Waidak, and other council members of these communities. Could you pass, please? Another cultural collaboration is for us, for example, to support them and develop the ceremony to honor the raising of the Anishinaabe Algonquin flags for the first time at City Hall in June of 2013. Please pass. Another, for example, is for us to support them to support their engagement and participation and collaboration in City of Ottawa initiatives such as the Heritage Day since 2013. So every year since 2013, Archaeology Month every year since 2013 until 2017 actually. Because afterwards the museums which was who led the archaeology, who was developing the archaeology month, developed their own relationship with them, and then they started doing themselves. So we didn't need to support that anymore. So it continued. The Creative Cities in 2013, we presented with them at that Creative Cities their participation in the social theory and politics in the arts and international conference and other conferences. Please, the next one. So also, for example, we have developed and coordinated visits to the two of the closest communities that are Pikwakanagan and Kirigansibi in 2014, with 22 participants in one case and 22 participants in the other. Next slide. Another important collaboration for us is the development of the Anishinaabe Algonquin, the City of Ottawa honoring a statement with Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation elders, representatives of the community, and members of the community. This is a living statement that is currently under renewal. Could you pass, please? Another important collaboration is the commemorative artwork that is in front of Ottawa City Hall. As you can, could you go back one? Yes. It's an important commemorative artwork that recognizes the Anishinaabe Algonquin as the host nation in Ottawa. This initiative was developed with two Anishinaabe Algonquin communities, Kirigansibi and Pikwakanagan. And it was, from beginning to the end. They chose the site. They chose that, the rock. We brought the rock from one of the communities. The plaque, they chose to be a plaque. The plaque was designed by Dean Artis, is the first person on the right side, on your left. And he designed it, the art and the wording was put together with Anishinaabe Algonquin chiefs and elders and community members. Next slide, please. So we continue developing and organizing, coordinating visits for City of Ottawa staff to learn and connect directly with Anishinaabe Algonquin people and come and see the communities themselves. So in July of 2018, we went to Pikwakanagan with 38 participants, and we went to the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Tribal Council, which is in Kirigansibi, with 31 participants in October of 2018. Next slide, please. Oh, you are already in the next slide. So, and that is, another collaboration is the development of this ceremony to honor the permanent presence of the Anishinaabe Algonquin flags at Ottawa City Hall. And at the office of the mayor and at the council chambers. So that was since June of 2018. Please, the next one. As well as supported, again, another meeting between this time, not only the two communities that are closest to Ottawa, but with the representatives of the 11 Anishinaabe Algonquin First Nations that are federally recognized in September of 2019. Other important for us is the supported and the engagement and participation and collaboration of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation at this session that we facilitate about the culture and the official plan. So there was an Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation elder that was interviewed, and part of this interview is part of this video that we produced for the session, and talks about culture in Ottawa in relation to the land. There was also a panel discussion about same thing, culture and the land, and there was actually a member of one of the community's band council that came to as a panelist, and they participated in an Indigenous breakout group in the session. Next slide. So all this is to show you that the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Civic Cultural Protocol and Implementation Plan has been developed on the basis of this relationship that started back in 2010, and that had been, this relationship had been strengthened by working and collaborating and knowing each other more and more through the development of these partner relationships. So the protocol has, let's say, two parts. On one side is the civic cultural protocol that includes, just one second. So on one side is the cultural protocol that includes the definitions, the principles and commitments for collaboration. It includes also the goals, the general goals that the city of Ottawa has, but also the nation has towards having a protocol. And that is the frame that will possibilitate the collaboration, the working together. And the other part of the protocol is the implementation plan, which is, you know what is an implementation plan, is translate commitments or into action. So the protocol was, as I mentioned before, developed with the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. And the implementation plan was developed with the collaboration and participation of City of Ottawa Arts and Heritage service areas, and they are mentioned there. Please, next slide. So again, so what is a cultural protocol? It's a frame that establishes a formal relationship between parties. It provides a guide for relationship building, partnership development, and shared action in the areas of arts, heritage, and culture. Next one. So, you know, we realized that in order for us to, not in order for us, as we were moving, we realized that there were concepts and, let me start again. There were, since time immemorial, concepts, as well as international, national, and provincial documents and legislation that constitute the foundational context for deepen the understanding of Indigenous people in general, that facilitate the relationship building with Indigenous peoples in general, and that support collaboration with Indigenous peoples. So this since time immemorial concepts and international, national, and provincial documents, we needed to have. It was, I mean, they are publicly available everywhere. It's, so, and they are, you need to know about this document in order to engage, in order to approach, you know. You cannot appear in a First Nations community and think that they are gonna teach you or take the time, you know, because they are overwhelmed And it's our responsibility to learn about that. And then there is this basic important information that is public and available to all. So for example, well, since time immemorial concepts, I think it's important. What are those concepts? The concept of Aboriginal rights, for example. What are Aboriginal rights? Are collective rights inherent to Indigenous people, practiced and enjoyed since before contact with Europeans. So these rights don't depend, were not given by Europeans. They were enjoyed and practiced long before contact, And those rights are the right to the land, the right to substance resources. You know what is that? Of substance resources and substance activities. The right to self-determination, the right to self-government, the right to their own culture and language. So, for example, that understanding. The understanding of the First Nations and Métis and Inuit nations as nations. What it means, when you talk about a nation, it means that they have their own economical, social, political systems that they have been thriving for thousands of years prior to colonial or European arrival. That they had, in between themselves, have come to agreements as nations, and this is prior European arrival. And their own understanding, because, they understand themselves as nations. So we have to understand that. Then, for example, the international document of the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that, as you know, is the most comprehensive in the international instrument on the rights of Indigenous peoples, adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2007 and by the Canadian government in 2016. This is, the little booklet, I think is 7 pages, if not less. It's very easy to read, and it's important to read it. The Constitution Act, Section 35 of the Constitution Act of Canada recognizes and affirms Aboriginal rights. So, the rights that we mentioned at the very beginning that are inherent and that are ancestral. So, Section 35 of the Constitution of Canada recognizes and affirms those rights. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. That was, as you know, was established in 2008, but the final report came in 2015 and included 94 calls to action to federal, provincial, and municipal government, to private sector, and all Canadians. And so it's also there for you. Another document is Reclaiming Power and Place, final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. That is another important document. The National Inquiry, as you know, was established in 2016 to examine the underlying causes of social, economic, cultural, institutional, and historical violence against Indigenous women and girls. The final report was released in 2019. There is then a political accord, and provincially there is a political accord between the First Nations and the Government of Ontario, signed in 2015 by the province of Ontario and the chiefs of Ontario. in which there's both, the province and the chiefs agreed to come twice a year and to collaborate on matters of mutual interest. There's the Ontario Municipal Act that talks about, under agreements, focuses on agreements, thank you, with First Nations. See, yes, right there. Agreements with First Nations. There is also the Ontario Provincial Policy Statement. As you know, the Ontario Provincial Policy Statement gives provisions in all aspects pertaining land and land use. And in 2014, it included the reference to Aboriginal interests for the first time. So the recognition of the importance to consult and coordinate planning with Aboriginal communities. In 2020, the recognition is bigger, and it says recognize the unique relationship of the Aboriginal people with their lands, recognize the unique role of Indigenous peoples in land planning and land development. Part 5 of this provincial policy statement talks about specifically Indigenous interest in cultural heritage, archaeology, built heritage, cultural heritage landscapes, so a lot there. Next one. Another important, along the development of this protocol, it was the chiefs and community members, elders, identified some important commitments that need to happen and principles that need to happen to sustain, to keep the relationship strong. So some of the commitments are, for example, the commitment to better understand the history of the region. So, they talk about, and I'm going to repeat this, please don't come and ask us to when you arrive here and ask to engage in some initiative that you are thinking of or so, don't burden us with the work to educate you, Come, educate yourself first and learn about the history of the region, whatever you are in your case, but in our case was, the region where Ottawa is located. Learn about the millenary history of that region. The second commitment is commitment to value that the city and the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation will work together towards the recognition, appreciation, and celebration of Anishinaabe Algonquin peoples, culture, and past and present contributions to Ottawa, in our case. The commitment to engagement and inclusion, that the City of Ottawa and the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation will work together to include Anishinaabe Algonquin perspective in cultural practice, to remove systemic barriers, and to create accessible and respectful initiatives, programs, and projects. So I guess, for that, obviously, we need to ask them, how is, and in our case and in your case, you will need to ask, what it means respectful initiatives? What is a respectful initiative? How do we show our respect when we develop programs? Do we show our respect when we develop projects? Commitment to reconciliation, that the city and the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation will work on healing the relationship, working together to achieve mutually identified goals. And that we will work on public truth telling, so telling the truth publicly. talking about colonization and the effects, but the current situation, the ongoing colonization, the commitment to sustainability, that the city and the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation will commit to sustain relationships, that we will come together periodically to reassess priorities, to reassess opportunities, to review challenges, and then that we will keep working together. No, sorry, not yet. The principles for working together is mutual recognition, that the city and the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation will recognize each other and their government structures and institutions, that the mutual respect, that we consistently consider and value each other's principles, values, points of view, and aspirations, that we will have a transparent, honest communication, that we will build trust, we'll sustain communication through every stage of the project, not only at the beginning or at the end, or not at half of the project, no, from the very beginning when we are just conceiving the idea, conceive the idea with them throughout every stage of the project. Mutual collaboration and partnerships, to identify initiatives, programs and projects that are mutually relevant. So not thinking about how it benefits us only, but so what isn't for them. Mutual responsibility and accountability to keep promises and to honor commitments. So when you say that you are going to do this, you have to do it. Next one, please. The Anishinaabe, the protocol also includes a section that talks about the contextual information on the Anishinaabe Nation. And all those aspects included there are explained in the document. I'm not going to explain all of them. It's obviously this will be different for different territories. But there are some things that are important to understand for all of us. So, for example, that First Nations Inuit people were here long before contact. What is, when we talk about an ancestral territory, what it means, how is the understanding for First Nations of an ancestral territory? It's not what we understand as a territory currently, now now. So it's important also to understand what it means treaty land and treaty territories, what it means unceded territory. And for us, it was important to understand, and the understanding of indigenous peoples as nations. And for us, it was important to understand, the Anishinaabe as a big family of nations, because the Anishinaabe Algonquin belong to the Anishinaabe big family of nations. But for you, depending on the territory that you live and work, it will be other families of nations. So what is the Indian Act? What it includes? Who are the Anishinaabe communities today? That was important for us. What are the organizations that represent the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation? Are there urban Algonquin? How do they relate to the other First Nations, Inuit and Métis indigenous people that live currently in our urban centers? Next one, please. So, and then, finally, the protocol includes an implementation plan. Excuse me. So, we learned that from them that the only way to show our commitment was through the implementation of actions. So this implementation plan translates our commitments into action and is structured in the areas of work of the cultural service areas that were involved in the development of this implementation plan. It includes guidelines that are existing professional standards that will guide the work in specific cultural areas. It includes objectives and actions. And this is also a living document to be reviewed and measured every 5 years. Next one, please. So the implementation plan includes 19 thematic areas for the development of partnerships in arts, heritage, and culture. Those are the 19 areas, 19 thematic areas. For the effects of this presentation, I'm just gonna talk about 2 or 3 areas that are part of this implementation plan. Next, please. So, one of these areas are Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation elders. This area of partnership, it's to be implemented by Cultural Development and Initiatives Unit with the Office of Protocol at the City of Ottawa. The objectives that includes that are included there. For example, they respectively increase the engagement and participation of Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation elders at significant City of Ottawa events and ceremonies, to build municipal understanding of and appreciation for the significance and role of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation elders. For example, the actions include the creation and maintainment of a list of Anishinaabe Algonquin elders. For another example is to work with the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation to appoint an Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation elder as an ex officio city council member. This action raised lots of attention from the media, and we got lots of questions. Another action is support the development of an elder in residence program, support the establishment of a dedicated indoor and outdoor spaces for elders to offer ceremony, teaching, counseling, empowering, healing, cultural dialogue with City of Ottawa councillors, staff, and public. Next one, please. Another area of partnership is commemoration, to be developed by Cultural Development and Initiatives Unit, or actually is under development. I say that is under development because currently my colleague Yadola Parmont is leading in our team, Cultural Development and Initiatives team, is leading the development of a municipal commemoration policy for the City of Ottawa. And this, for example, has respectfully and meaningfully engaged the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation in many ways. But for example, there is an advisory group that is steering the process of development of this policy. And the chair and co-chair, there is 2 members of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation that sit at the committee, at this advisory committee, and one is the chair of the advisory committee. For example, that is a meaningful way to engage and the host nation. There have been also consultations and specifically with the host nation. There will be consultations with urban indigenous that are planned for end of this year, beginning of next year. So as you see, this is taking place already. Next one. Another area of collaboration is cultural awareness building. So, for example, actions to continue develop cultural initiatives that foster and nurture direct learning. So we are planning a visit to the communities next year for April when the weather permits. Also, we, for example, include information of the City of Ottawa on the City of Ottawa website about the Anishinaabe Algonquin history, heritage, arts, and culture, with links to the existing Anishinaabe Algonquin online resources. So, yeah, that, for example. Next one, please. The Omama Winhini Algonquin language. There's initiatives in this area to be developed by Arts and Heritage Development branch. I says unit, but it should say branch. So, for example, in that we have a few objectives and some also actions. Some examples of actions include, for example, adopt a City of Ottawa statement that recognizes the significance of the Anishinaabe Mowin Algonquin language in Ottawa, create a list of Anishinaabe Mowin Algonquin fluent speakers, translators, and interpreters, and share with city departments, encourage the use of Anishinaabe Mowin Algonquin language, oral and written, in Mayor City of Ottawa salutations, speeches, and documents, support the inclusion of the Anishinaabe Mowin Algonquin language in city buildings, sites, and public art locations. This is already happening, Public art is currently, sorry, forgive me because I am not a public art. I am not in public art, so I may not be using the right words, but you know that the public art includes sometimes a plaque that talks about the work, the artist, the name of the work, and that. So now, before it was in Ottawa in English and French, now it includes Algonquin as well. Next one. So a City of Ottawa Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Consultative Cultural Circle is in process of being established in collaboration with the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. Cultural representatives from each of the 11 federally recognized Anishinaabe Algonquin First Nations will gather 3 times a year to monitor the implementation of the Civic Cultural Protocol and Implementation Plan, and to provide guidance, advice, and respond to specific questions from various City of Ottawa departments. Thank you very much. That's my presentation. Thank you. Please, if you have questions. Yes.
Oh, I have a microphone. Thank you. I was just wondering if you tied thank you for your very thorough presentation, by the way. I've been really interested to know more about this plan for quite a while. Did you tie your objectives and actions to the framework documents, for example, to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action?
Yes. If you see the document, and I can show you, and it's accessible at the City of Ottawa website, the part when we talk, the way that the document is structured, it includes the name, the area of partnership, and then the units or areas, sections, whatever, that are going to be implementing this partnership area. It includes the guidelines, and in the guidelines, it includes, so which documents are you taking, which documents, these units, this section, cultural sections that are that will be leading the implementation of these actions, which guidelines guidelines are they going to be taken into consideration, or for the implementation of these objectives and actions. So in the guidelines, many include the truth and reconciliation, for example, which articles of the calls to action, for example, but not only the truth and reconciliation, but other documents, the foundational documents that and other documents. So yes, I don't know if I'm sorry, I don't know if I explained well. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm just wondering who, because it's a very comprehensive and multi-layered plan, who has practical oversight over the daily implementation of the plan? I mean, we saw on the last slide that it gets monitored 3 times a year by the circle, but who is making sure that everyone is undertaking their actions?
Well, each cultural section, or yes, each cultural area has proposed those actions, those objectives and actions, so they are accountable on the implementation of those objectives and actions. And for example, can you go back, please? Another one. So for example, this one, that is about the Anishinaabe Mowin language. Arts and Heritage Development Branch is responsible for this. So manager of Arts and Heritage Development is overviewing the implementation of these actions. Could you go back one, please? Yes, back. No, back. Yes, for example, in this one, cultural awareness building. In this case, my unit, Cultural Development and Initiatives Unit, is responsible for these objectives and actions. So, yes.
Yeah, before that, we have a question from online. It's from Lindsay. I'm not quite sure if Lindsay is here. She's from Halifax Region Municipality, and her question is how to build flexibility into protocols documents.
How to do?
How to build flexibility into protocol documents.
I don't understand the question. Could you please, whomever did the question, could you clarify a little bit?
Yeah, or we can skip this one. If they reply to us, then we can talk about this later. We have another one. It's from Amanda. She's from Niagara region. How do you develop and nurture relationships in Indigenous community and partners year-round through events, festivals, and cultural programming?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Well, how? I think the first step is build your knowledge, do your homework. Where are you located? What are the host nations on the territory that you live and work? Who are them? How long have they been there? How many communities are there? What are the languages that they speak? What are their cultural practices? Learn about do they have powwows or other cultural activities where you can participate? Go to the communities, go to the powwows, go to the events that they have. That is the way to nurture the relationship. Just, that is, first of all, learn, do your homework before visiting. Learn, yes, and then visit and try to connect and, don't be afraid to ask questions. We have been told again and again that if you come up with an honest question, there will be an honest answer, and it's much better to ask questions than to be sorry after.
Hi, from my understanding of the indigenous culture, just from these panels and you speaking today, there's a lot of different languages in the indigenous culture. So when it comes to, as you said, like plaques and adding indigenous language into Canadian culture, how do you go about choosing which specific language in indigenous culture to represent on different plaques and all that?
Yes. Okay. So there are approximately 634 First Nations in Canada. 634 federally recognized First Nations in Canada. There are more. I don't know. I am not a linguist, but I understand that there are more than 50 family of languages, and I know maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm not saying that, but there are many, many languages in Canada, indigenous languages in Canada. So what you have to do is to learn about the place where you live and work. So what are the host nations in the place where you live and work? I've been asked, somebody told me, an Anishinaabe Algonquin person told me that on Algonquin Anishinaabe land, plants and animals speak Algonquin. The land speaks Algonquin. So, just to tell you that, let's say if you are here and if you live and work in Waterloo, the host nations are the Atawandaron, the Anishinaabe, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and the Haudenosaunee. So you have to learn what are the languages that the Atawandaron spoke, the neutral nation. What are the languages that the Anishinaabe, the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations spoke? What are the languages that Haudenosaunee spoke? So for Waterloo, for example, it would be, I think the Atawandaron spoke a different, a version of Mohawk language. The Mississauga, I'm sorry, just one second. The Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, I'm not sure what language do they speak, but the Haudenosaunee speak also a Mohawk language. So, so you will have to talk to those. If you are in Waterloo, you will have to talk to those nations and talk and ask them. So, what are the languages? Which are the languages that we need for this land? For Waterloo. For Toronto, it will be different. For Kitchener, it will be different. For London, it will be different. For every part in Canada, it will be different. But you have to do their homework to go and connect with the host nations first, because the land speaks the language of the host nations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, everybody, it's time to come into the room for your prizes. The lovely Kate will be joining me on stage for this portion of our event. Yes, yeah. Yeah. So, it's been quite the summit, hasn't it? I hope that you've all put your Post-it notes on the whiteboard outside saying what your favorite memory is from the summit. And I want to remind board members from CCNC that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we're going to be meeting in the Laurel Creek room. And so, in closing, I'd like to say a few things that are in my book. One moment. So as I reflected over this past few days, I thought about some of the themes that have come out during the conference. And I'm just going to quickly go over those and share them with you. So how to create a cultural lens throughout various departments in your municipalities, the challenges of navigating bureaucracy, how to ensure diversity, listening to our communities. Culture as essential to healthy, vibrant communities, diversity, engagement, partnerships, supporting the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and culture as community development and for healing our communities. So those were the things that sort of resonated with me throughout the conference. Now I'm going to pass it on to the wonderful City of Waterloo team because they have some prizes.
So if you haven't met us already, Estero and the team that we work with like to do a lot of recognition, sometimes for really important things, sometimes for not important things, sometimes for really silly things. And you're all in the room, so you're all going to witness some of the silly things. So we have a series of awards that we made up. We'd like it to become a CCNC tradition. And we hope that the awards get more sillier as the years go on and we get to reconnect, as we haven't been able to do that over the past few years. So I'm going to read the awards, and Estero, my lovely boss, is going to read the winner. So the first award is for the city that Waterloo was most inspired by.
And the winner is City of Saskatoon.
I'm not admittedly the best at geography, so the next one, tell us if we got it wrong. So for most northern travelers,
Teresa Bueller and Karen Puga from the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo.
We have two.
We got two.
We got
sorry.
two.
We got two. One for each of you.
For most eastern traveler,
Taya Morash, City of St. John's.
most southern traveler,
Katie Pavlovsky, Town of Tecumseh.
most western traveler,
Siobhan Smith, City of Shelt.
delegate from the community with the smallest population.
Somebody put this table in the wrong spot. Gordon Duff, Town of Minto. See? Told you not to leave early, Gordon.
Most friendship bracelets collected.
Rachel Pennington, City of Mississauga.
So there's a tiny story about this one. We've called it No Food Wasted. Most prolific snacker. Anytime he was exiting a buffet, he had things in his pocket or in his hands.
Mike Gillette, Halifax Regional Municipality.
Most enviable boots.
Nora Smith, City of Red Deer.
Best hat worn throughout the conference.
Asante Delwa.
The next one will have to be mailed out, but we'll find a way to get it to the person. Most active virtual delegate on the app, on the Whova app.
Nicole Cantley, City of Kelowna.
And I think we've all been wondering who is going to win the best representation of Waterloo through sculpture, the People's Choice Award, and that is...
I know everybody's in suspense for this one. Building Connections, Big Fish, Little Fish. Jacqueline Surratt, Joanne Duguay, Donna Goodwin, and Erin Griffith. You weren't that fish? No, we were the paper bag. Oh, the paper bag. Oh, everything got confused. Who did this one?
Who did this one?
You get the award because you showed. Oh, there you go. So we sort of got it right. If you do table crafts, make sure you label things better.
Thank you. That was the end of our award ceremony. I don't think I actually need to use the mic for this, but Lakin wants to remind everybody to pick up your tiles on the way out. They're on the table, the registration table in the lobby.
Okay, next up we have awards from the app. And I just want to say hello to our virtual folks out in virtual land. We are still live streaming this part of the event. So the first award we have is a gift bag from the City of St. John's. Is that right? Okay. Leaderboard Award. And so there are several people that were very, very active on the leaderboard, as you know, but the most active person on the leaderboard was Alejandro Romero. The second most active member was Amanda Deshane, but she's not here, so we just figured you have to be in the room to get the bag. So Amanda Deshane? No. Okay, so the third most active member on the leaderboard was Siobhan Smith. And now I'll pass it on to Katie to do the photo award.
There was some campaigning in this category, and I think it may have paid off. I don't have something physical to hand out, but you have my word that the recipient of the Photo Contest Award will receive a free delegate pass to the 2023 Creative City Summit in St. John's, Newfoundland. Stakes are high. Who is it? So the winner is Estero Kalageropoulos. And the team. And my personal thanks to Estero for getting that campaign going. It was thrilling.
All right, so next up, we have our I think we're moving on to our St. John's sneak peek. So Taya Marash from St. John's, Newfoundland is going to be the lead on our host city next year, and I believe we have a video. Photos? Oh.
Hi, I'm Danny Breen, Mayor of the City of St. John's, the capital city of Newfoundland and Labrador. The City of St. John's is a proud longtime member of the Creative City Network of Canada, and we're excited to be the host municipality for the 2023 Creative City Summit, happening right here from October 3rd to the 5th. The arts are a pillar of our identity in St. John's. With its strong cultural heartbeat, our city has long been considered a hotspot for creativity, and our outstanding artists continue to showcase on the world stage. Here at home, the arts and cultural industries act as an important engine of economic growth. Arts and culture improves quality of life, drives innovation and tourism, and contributes to that feeling in St. John's that this is where exciting things happen. We're honored to be the host municipality for the 2023 Creative City Summit, and the best part, you're all invited. We can't wait to welcome you all to our capital city for the Creative City Summit. See you here.
I came from a shadow, laid at my feet, stretched out before me, incomplete. Sown into gardens, grown up in rains. I battled my harvest all over again. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na. Somebody somewhere is missing you now. They promised you mercy and they'll find it somehow. Well, keep the horizon ahead of your game. Look to your victory songs, they sound the same. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na.
Where do worries go? Do they burn away like morning fog? Or melt away like ice in the sun? Can you wash them down with a cold pint? Or stomp them out with your dancing shoes? Maybe worries fall between the cracks or get swallowed by the sea. Or maybe there are places where worries just roll away.
Thank you, Taya, and thank you to the City of St. John's for inspiring us to come next year. I'm going to leave you with all of the thank yous that we have to make for this whole wonderful conference. So first of all, I'd like to thank the City of Waterloo and their team for amazing work on this entire summit. Their artistic animation, also the City of Kitchener, the City of Cambridge, and the region of Waterloo. And all of the, yep, yes, yeah, clapping for everybody. I'd like to thank all of the artists who did artistic animation for this summit. Wonderful, wonderful work was presented. Thank you very much to the artists. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, so including the City of Kingston for the Public Art Year in Review. I'll let you hold your applause for all of these. Moncton for sponsoring our discussion rooms, the City of Toronto for our lunch on the first day, Bloom for sponsoring our network break on the second day, Municipal World was our media sponsor, and Municipal Cultural Planning sponsored our Cultural Planning Awards. So thank you very much to all of our sponsors. I'd like to thank the Summit Planning Committee and all of the people involved, including Conrad Skarupa, who acted ably in the job of Summit Chair this year. I'd like to thank the awards team and the jury for all of their work in preparing all of the work that it required, and all the presenters of the awards for this year's awards. You'll see them on the app. I've posted the pictures of everybody. So thank you to all of the people for the awards. Then I'd like to thank a number of other people and hold your applause. So that all of our panelists, all of our P2P presenters, all of our discussion room hosts, all of our study tour hosts, the Clay and Glass Gallery, the CG facility, the Delta Hotel Waterloo, and all of our amazing volunteers. So thank you all, and thank you all, and you in the virtual world for being here for the 2023 Waterloo Creative City Summit. Have a great journey home.